and Jeff for
target of the lobby. From one to the next, Redux.
Wow.
On a roll right here. That's encrypted. And Ducky gonna say, nah, that might have been your elimination, but this is our loot. We've earned it here at this stage of the game. As Snake Zera, he's just trying to survive right here. He's gonna have to think what is gonna happen since now.
So, regardless of how positive the outlook might be, that is always going to be something that darkens it, taints it, makes things oh so difficult. The good thing is they're not a crazy amount below, right? And so you'd think a couple shots here and there, which you know they're capable of, will move them above. And as I said, they start hitting some shots, even pick up a knock onto Nosh. So that's going to go a long ways away, right? You see them already now up above 129, continuing to make their even now resources. I am not impressed one bit.
Yeah, it almost feel like it needed to go for that siphon and refresh, but they didn't like the position it would probably put him in. As it continues to pull a little bit north, it's going to be hard for these teams that are stuck on that congested south side of the zone. But back on board, a team that doesn't have to worry about Surge too much. Booga, Peterbot, you can see that their proactivity in terms of just straight up eliminations has slowed down from the qualifiers. They're now trying to play a more concise game, really think about every single move they make as they continue to peek through the cone. This information that Peterbot's gathering is absolutely crucial.
Yeah, we know what they can do when the game hits this stage, when they're feeling it. I was a bit worried for a second there, seeing Canada down, but he has been picked up and he does have enough shields to get himself back up. But look at how many players are here on this storm line in the bottom right of your screen. The majority of the lobby is here.
There's literally one team in zone. Maybe a second one going in the moment I kind of call it out. That is really showing how grueling this lobby is going to be, especially with that North Pole.
It is hammers or go back to the lobby, basically. If you have a hammer, you'll be licking your lips at this one, thinking, we're good, we're fine. But for the teams that do not, you really have to start planning. And Shaw and Zypher are exactly that, scouting around endlessly.
You almost can't even play your own game. You have to sit there, wait for all these other players to begin to move forward before you can start to make your rotation. And the other side, a team that doesn't have to worry about it, Acorn and Cold, but Cold taking a huge amount of damage out through the sky, trying to shockwave his rotate in, but with Danger Hero, his HP is going to be brought back up in no time as they're trying to find that spot in zone, under pressure. Smack, he's trying to go ahead and go up against Agers. They might have taken out Kanata very, very early on in this exact same spot. You see Angel, it is to get to zone sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and a decent position picked up there as well. Not being pressured by anybody by any means.
That play right there. Straight up, they spot Kanata. Oh, the pouncing. That's the power of the Shockwave Hammers. Even if they didn't intend to focus out Kanata right there.
Yeah, Kanata had no clue it was coming. Got caught with his pants down. And now he's just going to have to watch from the sidelines. Fortunately, he does have a teammate in Aegis who is no stranger to a clutch at all. Went absolutely ballistic in one of the games as a solo last week. But this is definitely a harder situation for him. 0 materials right now. A near impossible situation, you might think.
Some say impossible. Agers says this is just a warm-up for him. A very interesting one at that, but it was very, very crucial and instrumental in their success last week, getting that first place as Booga and Peterbot began to heat up late into those games. We saw Rehan get an elimination very, very early on. They got 3 as a team so far. You got to imagine when it comes to Storm Surge, it's not a worry. It's about focusing, putting pressure on everybody else in the lobby, because this is a battle royal. It's all about being that last one standing at the end of the day.
Yeah, and who will be the last one standing? That is the question we have for this one. So many different teams following their journeys throughout this game. There's been some ups and downs, some struggles. Of course, the likes of Booga and Peterbot. With all that loot there, you might just say the rich get richer. These guys are looking good. And they are set up well. Maybe you might want to pop a big pop. Of course, Peterbot needs to pop some shields themselves. Don't want to be too greedy. We all know what can happen when you aren't paying attention in these end games. Hammers flying around everywhere and anywhere. Clarity G and Casca. They're going to make their move now. Not a long ways to go to get into zone. But nevertheless, a nice little rotation. Only using a bit of wood. And now as they get into zone, switch into that metal. That extra bit of protection.
Yeah, saving the resources was crucial because they don't have a shockwave hammer to their disposal. So the resources and how long they're able to hold on to them is going to be very, very important in terms of their end game. And you see everybody poised, positioned here. Users in Polarized to be the ones at the top of the mountain, able to survey the land, gather that information, especially when this next zone pulls. They have that shockwave hammer. If they don't have the front side, they can instantly try to take it away as another team, Trashy and Pump, trying to get themselves that meet in the middle style layer to where they don't worry about the low ground. They don't have to worry about the high ground. They just worry about themselves.
Zone is about to pop. There will be some players that have Storm Scout, so they know exactly where they're going. I say Storm Scout, sorry. Thinking of the wrong thing.
It's all right. Cease.
You'll make mistakes. Cease and Tragic, though. You can see they're marking the zone. Cease that IG out. The one making that cerebral plan.
One of the most veteran players that we have on the stage today.
AKK.
Getting all the way back to the summer skirmishes. Let's forget about World Cup for now. This is a huge opportunity for him to show him that the OGs can really stand at this day and age when it comes to Fortnite. As Acorn and Cold, it looks like they're just
Acorn.
This is a team. This is a duo. I expect to be able to propel themselves, be a worry for them. So you're going to see them try to pick and choose their battles, figure out which layer they want to go ahead and take before they make themselves standing.
Yeah. Players are all starting to fly about. You see the hammers coming in. Hugo and Peter, they are being just a bit more patient, waiting, biding their time, waiting for that zone to catch up before they pick their position. Mega and Justice aren't as patient though, and we're seeing the effects of that now. Mega in them. Get out, create some space. A little cheeky piece there, doesn't catch his opponent, but nearly. Walker's big shot there, and already connecting with even bigger shots as they start to break their way through into zone.
Yep, trying to keep that aggression going from the past few days of qualifier. 645 above the damage threshold. All they need to do is stay consistent as Trash and Pump have the high ground. Peterbot going for a huge contest. Booga slowly but surely shockwave hammering, trying to get onto their layer. It looks like for now they have secured it. They have overtaken both Pump and Trashy. Now they're trying to pressure them down, but shockwave hammer meaning everybody comes tumbling down.
The fight is far from done. But right now, it looks like Peterbot and Booga are the favorable ones. Peterbot needs to be careful, though. He's taking some damage. He has to stop in here when it's Casca and Clarity. They want a piece of this fight.
Everybody wants to get their hands busy. They want to get warmed up and ready to go. What a huge fight. Clarity dropped down to 5 HP. Everything comes tumbling down yet again. Rehan right out of the sky. That's going to be a huge shot, getting the knock onto Clarity. But he keeps tumbling down. The chaos will continue as Rehan finally gets that charge up to the shockwave hammer, trying to take the high ground. He has a plan B if it doesn't come to fruition, but they save the day. Casper's just getting sniped out of the air.
Casca and Clarity got wiped out of the game. No height for you. And I don't know even what just happened on height there.
Bro, I'm about to get a match.
Down below, Walkers and Vert, they're still on their tear, still on their rampage. Still taking shots. He's now got 3. And there are players up, down, around him. Can he connect again? A big shot there. Won't be in a limb. But more to come as they have no match, so they have to get in. Walkers, he keeps on doing it. Can he do it again, Walkers? He picks it up again. How does he keep hitting these shots? The hammer now to move on into zone. Walkers is going insane.
If you don't let him in, he's going to get in one way or another. 5 eliminations. Really putting it on for him and Vert. Booga, Peterbot, they're finally going to lose each other as Peterbot goes down. Booga trying to get out of dodge. 42 HP, ends up into another box, and he gets his life saved by somebody else, but he's now into the zone, taking a lot of damage. He has to be able to pop the med miss. Booga goes down, and that's Cold who takes him out.
Before falling himself at the hands of Trashy, Tragic's now one of the many solos left. Walkers, he's practically played this game as a solo when it comes to the elims. And so he's going to keep it moving. There are players all around him. Pump will fall. That's another as well. That's 2. Can he pick up the 3rd right now? Walkers has picked up so many of these elims all by himself. Not missing a single shot, it seems.
Talk about perfect timing to get both of those siphons just in the nick of it. As Rehan, Decky towards the high ground. Tragics, he lost Cease moments ago. He's trying to get as many points as possible. So many other teams real here just trying to get through this chaos. But there's just one team really standing tall, high in the clouds.
They have been able to sit up, kick their feet back as they watch everybody else in this lobby go to work, take each other out. Walkers has done half of that job. He's med missing in the back of the zone. He wants to just wait it out, bide his time. He's done such a brilliant job to this moment. And so if it was to all stop now, I'm sure he'd be satisfied, but he can squeeze a little bit more out of this game. Yaz and Chris will try and stop him from doing so, and they might just have found their match. You see, he's still down below.
One of two duos left in the game. This is going to be huge, Levin, as Walkers. It's all about the placement points for him, trying to get through this one. High ground, low ground, mid ground, everybody just biding their time, being patient because they know as soon as Zone pulls off of this mountain, that's when chaos is going to ensue.
Patience is waning, the hammers will come out, but barely missing and then going right back up. Rehan's ready though, he keeps it. Walkers finally falls, and so the final 2v2 ensues.
All going to come down to this moment right here. Quickly trying to drop down low. He doesn't have any build to continue to hold on to this height. It does look like he's going to send his teammate down for the 1v2. Shockwave hammer outside of zone, trying to get back in. Yaz goes down. Chris tried to return, but he gets denied. Victory royale to Rehan and Decoy.
What an ending to that game, showcasing exactly why the Hammers have been so strong this season. In the final moment, not even bothering to fight your opponents, just knock them way into the storm. They can't do anything about it, and winning out the game. They took height incredibly well. They wiped out Casco and Clarity, and then they win game one. Rehan and Desi, nicely done.
Just when I have thought I've seen everything, I thought I've seen every way to secure a victory.
That's not even fair.
The Shockwave Hammer, that one has to go down to one of the best plays we will see this weekend, and it's only game one.
I mean, if you're on the receiving end of that, what do you even do? What do you even say? You're sitting there thinking, I mean, we did what we could, I guess, right? Oh my goodness, Rehan and Desi, they'll be overjoyed. I'd love to hear the comms on that one. I'm sure he's screaming, oh my God, I just hammered him. What a game one. We have plenty more on the way though, Jake.
Yeah, plenty more to go because I need a breather after that one. I need to really figure out what went down. Zeke, analyst, break it all down for us.
Is there a crazier way to start out NA East? I mean, the Shockwave Hammer play, that's the first time I think we've actually gotten like a really good look at it from a player perspective. We've kind of seen it happen in different perspectives, high camera angles, but to actually see someone jump in and just be like, you guys are in the storm now, have fun, take tick damage, and you're going to struggle to get back. Crazy.
Yeah, what a game for Rehan, and what a way to close it out, of course, as well. We talked so much about the Shockwave Hammers being used as mobility, being used as rotation, the right click, the bounce, but we haven't really talked too much about the slam feature of it, right? Of course, right here, just all the way up on high ground, they took it, sorry, at the perfect moment, and it was absolutely well played. Even when they had no builds, Jenny, they still made it work.
Yeah, and you know, that was actually what you just said, the timing. They waited for their opportunity to take that high ground, and they played it so well. The timing, and just taking them out with that Shockwave Hammer, jumping down, realizing, you know what, they're not going to build back up. I'm just going to take them out with the hammer. Why not?
That's my favorite play of the season already.
It's so
literally
good.
week 2, and I've already got my favorite. That's my favorite.
It was crazy, too, because if you looked at the loadout, only had precision in. That's why you saw him double back. Had to find the shotgun to try and close out that game right there. They will sit pretty. After game number 1, 101 points, a massive way to begin the day. But the question becomes, can they keep that momentum rolling?
I hope so for them. I really do hope so. Of course, we saw so many of our other teams playing so well, of course, as well. Walker's being one of them. Solo clutch king. Unbelievable stuff. I mean, how many eliminations did he have? 8 eliminations, I think it was, on his own. He was carrying his teammate Vert on his back almost. Sorry, Vert, but, you know, he did at that moment. But it was good from Walker's. He was just popping off where it mattered most. And, of course, Vert did go down, but, you know, what performance.
You know what's so crazy? Walker's just got this confidence. He's like, I'm getting elimination after elimination. He continuously hit his shots. And I think something about that is when you just start hitting your shots, you know, you get that sense of confidence, and you're like, I can do this as a solo. You see him take, you know, holding that low ground, so smart. The teams are like, it's fine. We're not going to push it. We're not going to risk it. 2v1 can still happen. They could still take, you know, them out. So they weren't going to chance it. He was able to have such a good placement on top of the crazy amount of eliminations he got. Well done, Walker.
I mean, Walker's been one of the up-and-coming players in the region as well. We've seen him perform at this level so many times, and that is just a display of what this player can do. He knows how to play those end games. He knows how to navigate, and that fragging ability, second to none.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just love, even just looking at our top 10 here, there's a few members of the old guard here as well, right? But a lot of new faces looking to kind of have that spotlight here in NA East. You do love to see it. Peterbot, Booga here in that last game as well. I mean, they're on another level. It didn't quite work out in the very end, but they have a pretty strong start here.
Yeah, at the beginning of the show, we talked a little bit about how they are uncontested now on that south side. Of course, they have the north. They don't have that surge off spawn, and they had all the answers in this game. They were playing really, really passively, getting that storm surge early on at that north side. Vivid pointed out really, really well in the mid-game package. They are so adaptable, and I think it just highlights the experience of both of the players. Of course, we know Booga. We didn't know already. He's actually the World Cup champion, so just a little fun fact for anyone out there. He actually won World Cup, did you know? But no, these guys are absolutely incredible at what they do, and it's just showing what they can do is be adaptable, and it's proving to work out very well.
Yeah, again, we highlighted them at the beginning of the show because they really are such a team to highlight. It's important that we keep our eyes on them. Again, like you said, the way that they adapt, the way that they change, and the way that they were like, all right, you know what, let's maybe not play aggressive. Let's make it to endgame so that we can have our chances at a victory royale. But they played it, again, so well. The positioning, the way that they had thought through just every little detail of what they were going to do. I'm super proud of them. But, you know, I definitely do want to see a little bit more. Hopefully maybe even take a W because they definitely could do it.
Yeah, and this is also coming out the point you guys made at the beginning of the show, right? These guys are uncontested. So that means there is no one landing at their POI right now. So they can't get those early storm surge. So not only do they have to adapt in that mid game, but they still made a top 10 placement out of just one game. So they still have 5 more to kind of say, what do we need to change up? How do we do this?
Yeah, so like you said, yeah, they don't have that contest. And also, Acorn and Cold on the other side are not contested. So with that being said, even if they did want to go for that, they're going to have to just face 2v2. Like, they're not going to be able to go in, and they're not going to be able to say, okay, like, you're already fighting. Let's just third party this. They can't do that. They have to be very prepared and think, okay, do I actually want to be this aggressive? Yes or no? So we'll have to see if they make that decision later on in the games.
And I think that'll develop. I think that'll adapt throughout the course of the day, right? If they're doing well, if Booga and Peterbot are doing well, they might not want to take that fight. But if they're a little bit lower down on the leaderboard, they might need those storm surge tags early on. So we might see a little bit of adaptation from both teams here.
Yeah, that's right. We'll definitely be keeping a close eye on this as the games move on. But it is time. Game number 2 is ready. We hope yours as well. Let's jump into it.
Game number 2 is here. Who will step up? We saw a couple of different things to start off the day, but nevertheless, right, the players are here. They are ready. Some more ready than others, though.
Yeah, and honestly, after that Shockwave Hammer heard around the world, I don't think it can get any better than that in terms of end game finishes. That one's going to go down for the ages, but for a lot of these players, Levin, they really have to test themselves.
And that's not something you're going to say every day when it comes to Yomzo and Rise. Of course, Yomzo chalking it down to good luck in terms of the loot that Braves was able to pick up, on social media. Nevertheless, regardless of the loot, you have to come out and you have to win your battles of spawn. Will they be able to do it? We saw them start off last week really well. They've not been able to do that today as they hop in to the map right now. Will it be their time to win?
We saw a few teams out of the gate get contested and get dropped very, very early on. 0 points for their efforts after game number 1. But it's a new day, a new game here in game number 2. A lot of these teams have the passion. They just need to match it with consistency over time.
That consistency over time, it's not something easy. It's easy in words, but not as easy in actuality. Aoxy and Swell, one of the more 50-50 drop spots here on the map. We always see this fight take place on EU and NA. Will they win, though? No weapons so far over here. See, he's going to want to open that chest very soon. Swell, going at Chaos Gaming. He's attacking from the left, attacking from above. Which way is he going to come from? Big shot there, just to push him off for a moment. Oh, no, this fight is in full Swell falls, but not without picking up one, and Aoxy has to hit it. No! Again! Aoxy and Swell will lose off spawn. Chaos Gaming in time. They have got their number so far.
That was huge for Chaos. He bought so much time in the world for his teammate to loot a little bit of a different spot, rotate on over and help him finish that one off. Yomzo and Rise trying to have a much better opportunity, taking that piece control right from below, stealing away from the chest right from beneath him. That extra bit of resources really could make the difference, especially in the form of chug splashes. The instant heals, is one of the most important things now in Fortnite. Pressure there from Moo. Braids having a little bit of a different angle as well. And the way they play the high ground is going to be interesting because Yomzo and Rise on the low ground, they can just simply stay there. They can force them, say, hey, if you want to fight, you have to come to us.
And that's exactly why Moo's going to just sit there and farm, right? Make sure he can get his mats up so that when the fight does break out, they're ready for it.
This is an important fight right here because for Yomzo and Rise, we've seen what they're capable of last week in the few games that they've actually been able to get out of their POI. They even had a huge victory route to really start the day. And this is where Moo, Braids, they got what they wanted. They got the early damage, and now they're just going to disengage, try to loot up, give themselves more to work with.
And I think that's probably going to be the wise choice. Of course, a chance now for Yomzo and Rice to actually get to play out a game, which I'm sure they will be desperately wanting to do.
Snake already losing his teammate early on. The buys reciprocal, ready to just finish the job. And that's exactly when you have those situations, 2v1, separated from everybody else on the land. You have to take advantage of those moments.
Yeah, and of course, talk about taking advantage. The winners of that first game, you can see how happy they'll be. Nobody anywhere near them. Already have hammers. You know, Qua. Oh, wow, he's getting in. I like to see that from Qua. That level of aggression. Him and Jack picked that one up.
Pair of eliminations each. That's how you really get things started for them. Mega and Justice had a good game number 1. Now Quan and Jock are trying to mimic that performance. As Egoist and AV going against Zucked and Bronos over here towards Lonely Labs, trying to split and gather as much metal as possible. And a third-party team trying to sneak their way in. This is where you have to be careful, as the zone has a little bit of a push towards the western side of the map. The longer you stay here, the harder it's going to be for you to get in the zone safely.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? Because we often see those Lonely Lab fights play out maybe a bit quicker. And so for the potential, you know, third-party team coming in, typically wouldn't be able to pick up.
Brutal Bastion sees some tragics, and Brutal Bastion is just one of those POIs where it's so massive. There's so much loot over here, and there's very many ways to rotate around the static launch pads if you find a shockwave hammer. So more times than not, you see that POI kind of get split between 2, maybe even more teams if it comes down to it. But Oliver OG and Jeff, they're in another altercation here against Chaos Gaming and Time 1X. Didn't necessarily go their way that first time, but this is their second chance at life, second chance to really make up for lost time. They have a little bit of the higher position over their opponents, and it's down low. Huge opportunity there from Jeff. He's going to miss that shot. Some time. Sharon, the low ground. And I like the wherewithal right now. Time and Chaos, they're switching the loot. They know their role within the team. They know their abilities, the strengths and the weaknesses. So I like really not having that ego, so to say, to kind of hold on to the thunder when you know your teammates just perform slightly better with it.
Yeah, and of course now if they go on to win the fight, right, that's definitely going to pay dividends. Oliver OG and Jeff, though, they'll try to make sure that does not happen. A trade that, again, is just not favorable for Jeff. I feel like we've seen that a couple times already today. Not the most favorable of trades. There is another team, though, looking to run in and get in on the action. And I feel like I say this with any sort of mid-map fight. There are going to be plenty of teams looking to get in here.
Another team's looking to really take advantage. That Lonely Labs, you can already see Shore and Zypha with 1 elimination. You got to imagine what type of trickery went down on this side of the map as they continue to rotate through. And honestly, there was a little bit of action that did go down. We got a replay coming through, and this was Shore. This was Zypha trying to get in. They're pressuring their opponents onto the box. And with timing being of the essence, they take advantage of Nick, just his teammate.
Yeah, they had the control, and they hit the shots. That's what it comes down to. Of course, the job is not finished over there, so I'm sure we'll see what goes down with them. Back into this one, though. Oliver, OG, and Jeff still waiting for the opportunity. Oh, the timing of the stair placement is so inconvenient for Oliver. He had the shot lined up and everything.
And while these two are just battling it out, you got Qua and Jock rotating slightly over from Faulty. They already took down Mega and Justice. Now they're trying to take down another 2 teams with a 4th one entering the mix. This is where it is going to get tricky, as everybody probably down on Surge, trying to get what they can get as Quad just editing through, backing down, not getting too greedy. And that's probably a call from him and Jock, realizing the situation they're in, realizing how busy it's actually getting.
Yeah, this is a messy one. There's another team coming from the south who look to try and get involved as well. I feel like I'm in a realistic PvP FFA right now. There's some creative type stuff going on. Pump and Trashy. Far away, to say the least, from all of that chaos, all of that action.
Great game. Game number 1 for them. For a lot of these teams, you can have a great 1 game, even a great 2 games, but it's all about that consistency over time. As Peterbot and Booga not getting the damage they want in their exact POI, you can already see what the effect is doing to them, forcing them to rotate around, forcing them to really think outside of the box of where they're going to get that surge. These are some of the most aggressive players in this lobby right now. So it's interesting to see that they're not just trying to hunt down players, but at the same time, it goes to show the level of players that are in this lobby.
Casca and Clarity, they'll be looking to try and make up for what went wrong last game. Of course, they tried to play for high ground, and they just didn't have the best of times, to say the least. I think that might be an understatement. Nevertheless, they were able to make it deep into that game. And they definitely have what it takes to make it deep into this one as well. Of course, here in this area, still looking to take some shots at teams, get their surge sorted. TK and Pledge in a similar predicament. You see, just playing around this building, making sure not to be overexposed, but peeking at the right moments.
Yeah, I like the patience right now coming out from Trashy. Pump trying to take that additional angle on the other side. Users might not see this one coming. Trashy with a huge shot, 128, tries to box him up, and that one's not going to come through. Users trying to use this moment, reunite with Polarize, try to stabilize himself in this situation. Shockwave Hammer coming out from Trashy, getting that piece control to go over to him. Users and his teammate are separated from now. Pump trying to take that additional angle. Users goes down. Pump takes down Polarize, and there goes 8 more points for Trashy and Pump.
What a shot there at the end from Trashy as well. That's the kind of thing you want to see from players in these games at this level. Big damage being dealt. So composed as well. No celebration or nothing, just staying locked in.
I like this duo of Chimp and Spade. One of the most consistent duos almost all of last season. A little bit of break. FNCS, the Invitational. Chimp playing with a little bit of a different guy. Reunited back here along with Spade. Interesting to see as soon as they start ramping up, playing to their full potential. I expect big things with them as they continue to kind of rotate through the southern portion of the zone. For them, it's going to be hard. It's going to be grueling for them to really make it past all of these players, especially if they are down on Surge, as other players just trying to put that pressure on, find what they can get as they continue to try to rotate through. And you can see them, Levin, right now, going forward, going backward, just gathering the information, so that way they can make their perfect rotation to them.
Yeah, this is a team that's able to, you know, loot up really quickly, get out their POI faster than a lot of players. But when it comes to actually getting into the good positions to deal with Surge once they've gotten their loot, a bit of struggles here today.
Another northwestern pool for a lot of these teams, so if you don't get there rather quickly, you're going to end up on a congested side. This Skizzy and Cyrez going up against Cam and Jiggly Flopper. On the other side, you see Cam trying to crouch, make his position unknown, so that way he can sneak. Jiggly Flopper is going to be the one putting that pressure down, letting his position be known, trying to get them to peek at the wrong time as Cam finally firing off that shot, not finding what he wanted, but at least he's putting the pressure so that Jiggly does not get pushed in this situation, because all it takes is 1 second, 1 moment of separation. All it needs is Jiggly takes a huge amount of damage. The pressure is there. Cam trying to fight back from below, takes a huge shot, ends up into the wrong box as both these players' shields are going to be dropped. Jiggly is out. 2v1 is going to ensue, but the shots continue to fire in from all around. Cam's going to go down. Cyrez is down as well. Skizzy is trying to get this res right now with the pressure coming in from all sides of the lobby. They've 388 above the damage threshold. If they can survive this, they'll be on a good foot.
Hey, look, I'm happy that Skizzy and Cyrez have been able to survive, and it looks like they'll be able to get the res off. But I really wish we would have got to see Cam just go crazy there, 1v2. For a moment, I thought it was going to happen.
Only time will tell. And you can see Tahi and Death, SL, Muzz, and Degen in the background early on. So you got to imagine when it came to testing that POI, much different story than last. Both of these teams really choosing to disengage, probably getting a couple shots on each other, get some surge, something to work with, so that way they have a much easier end game as Yuz and Chris, they're out for revenge. You don't get Shockwave into the zone as the final team fighting for that victory royale and come back without a chip on your shoulder. That's N-Pen, that's Byla on the other end. Yuz just waiting for that perfect moment, peeking through the cone, waiting for his opponent just to get too antsy, just to get over it and try to peek, but the N-Pen's by himself, and honestly, N-Pen is one of those elite players. He knows whether to pick and choose his battles, not drop down low too hastily, But with a Shockwave Hammer, basically has an escape plan in his back pocket.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll be making these guys a bit more cautious, right? They're always going to now be a bit more scared of Shockwave Hammers after their previous experience. So they do have one of their own, like you mentioned, and so when the time comes, they can leave. The problem is they want to try and isolate this into a 2v1 as quickly as possible. The longer they sit in the storm here, the worse for them. But it's just going to be MPen just causing issues for them, making it awkward.
I like the thinking right there. Just trying to Shockwave through the bots, break the cover, shoot from 2 different angles. Yamzo in the feed is going to go down to Braze. So even this wasn't an off spawn. They somehow meet up later in the game, but the result's still the same. Demonic's going down as well. Chris shooting players through the sky, but NPen with a huge battle in this 2v1, separating his opponents. Now it's 2 different 1v1s. NPen surely has a chance here.
I'm really confused at how MPen's managed to even the odds. If he does hit a shot here onto Chris, that would be sensational. Yeah, there's a very high chance that if MPen had won that one, he probably would have went absolutely mental, flipped his whole setup over, because that would have been a very difficult fight to win. Unfortunate, but at least taking out one half of that duo and making now their game all the more difficult.
You can almost tell why he was even getting aggressive. It's Cold and Acorn. Much better performance than last week so far, but it's only been 1 game. Plenty of time for them to continue to ramp up to the caliber in which we're used to seeing. Just trying to find themselves a spot in the zone, because you know as well as I do, for some of these players, it's all about making it to the end game. You don't have to go elimination crazy early on, because those will naturally present themselves throughout the course of the game as Braids and Mood. They're trying to finish the job. They took down Yamzo. Now they're trying to find Rise out, separated from the high ground. Not too many teams really interrupting this one, but as I say that, Braids get sprayed up a little bit, and you can see Mood shield getting dropped, Danger Hero playing a role, speed boost, and the regeneration of health is going to be important as they continue to try to separate themselves, reunite so they can get the shield back up before they're hot on the chase again. You got to imagine, already taking down Yamzo, Rise is just trying to do his best as a solo.
And his best is going to have to be enough if there's any hope for these guys. Ooh. Big shot down from Braids. Seen him hit a couple of these throughout the days. You can see it's not going to be easy for them. Even if they get into zone, there's so many players around them. They will pick up that elim now. But again, just look at how awkward it is, how tough, how congested the journey towards that safe zone is.
I wonder if that counts. Does that count 2-0 for Braids and Moo, even though it wasn't necessarily off spawn? You can kind of already see all this action. They didn't have too many eliminations on their back. They only had 2 so far. There goes that 3rd one on the Cold. 195 above the damage threshold. They're barely staying above, but for a team of this caliber, to knowing every situation that they're going to be in, that is more than enough to kind of work with as they continue to find the spot. Any nook and cranny is good for them.
Any nook and cranny, but they want to get into zone and be as comfortable as possible. Pick the best spot possible. Cold's not positioned too badly here. And I mean, it will suffice until that next zone pops. But not being too satisfied, making sure to cross that river earlier on, because it's likely the zone will pull away from there. Yep, it does. So now already getting ahead of some of those teams who are still sitting on that line. Trashy isn't on any line right now. He's just deep into the zone, and he has to try get out.
Time. Dwindling, resources going out the window every single time he uses the splash. As a team on the high ground just trying to hold him, even though they have to rotate as well. They're trying to gatekeep any entry from Trashy and Pump. Doing a good job so far, making them use every single one of their resources throughout this time, as Pump and Trashy barely get in. 4 eliminations so far, and you can kind of see already where they find 2 more. Catching a team on rotation, that's rapid. Serbs starting to feel that pain as well as they go in, and you can see how they finish the job.
Yeah, that is cerebral, that is clean. Unfortunately, Pump did go down, but, you know, a minor hiccup in a long road is never a tragic thing by any means.
Hopefully these teams are ready, Levin, because just looking at the zone right now, the potential of it going up and down these mountains is going to be huge, and you can already see Peterbot with the Bush Warrior augment just trying to regenerate as much shield, as much HP as possible. And that's going to allow him to save those minis, save those splashes for later. Those are the key moments that we look for some of these players.
Yeah, and I think we just saw one of the few vulnerabilities of that hammer, right? When you are suspended in the air, you are vulnerable. You can't build to protect yourself, and that's what unfortunately led to him taking a big chunk of his shields there. For Canada and Aegis, hopefully we won't be relying on Aegis to have to solo clutch this one. Canada will be able to stay in the game and be with his duo.
I like that because even though they have that trust, you saw the interview come out from Canada, the confidence boosting of watching your teammate clutch as a solo. You don't want to have it be the case every single time. You don't want to force them to clutch up as the pressure's there. Peterbot finding elimination as well. This just looks like a lot of pressure I wouldn't want to deal with. The focus in the lobby coming through, but no real shots being landed for Canada and Agers. But it's about funneling those players out, forcing them to interact with each other towards that low ground.
Yeah, and it's really just significant annoyance, right, on the part of Canada. Because he's using that red eye, right? So he doesn't have something that's necessarily high fire rate. But just, again, playing that war of attrition, picking away at his opponent's builds, running them dry.
You can already see that Walker's tied the NAE single elim record with 8 this season in game number 1. And they have that be the trend throughout the week, though, as well.
Yeah, look, Walker's, he has the hot hand in this lobby. The question is, though, it's been, 20 minutes or so since that big clutch, so will his hand still be hot? We've got Reaper here. Seems like it. Bryce is the one falling at his hands. If Walkers can keep playing how he played in game 1, this is going to be a team that finishes the day way up in the leaderboard. Flicks getting exposed.
And this is one of those teams I still have high hopes for. I want to say I had high hopes for, but I still have high hopes for. They were kind of buoyed by one good game. They were held afloat in the standings by one solid performance. And both of these players, the caliber of them, that they're just worth more than that. The potential for them is just through the clouds right now as Hound and Aiden, they have the high ground of their own. They have some rotating to do, but they're just shooting all around, trying to pressure all of these other teams before they find themselves that perfect spot, which isn't too far to their left.
An absolute laser beam in the hands of Hound.
Ooh, I like that switch up.
You talked about it, right? Players want the high fire rate weapons as the zones start to close and distances start to close between teams. And that tactical pistol will do that for him.
Thinking come out from Clicks, just trying to lead the way, get in the zone. Not go too far in, just enough to work with before this next one is going to pull. And our first moving zone of the day. Who's really going to claim that one is Trashy and Pump trying to look down. They know Zypha's down there. They know Shore's down there as well. They're just trying to wait for them to slip up. Attack from above. But they get the farthest pull in the lobby, along with Peterbot and Booga. But luckily for them, they have a shockwave hammer. They have opportunity to get to the zone sooner rather than later. And they found another one right there. Spade is knocked. That one's going to get cleaned up. More resources for them to really cap off the match before this next rotation.
Yeah, they have a bunch of mats, and so this is definitely setting up to be a better game for Peterbot and Booga. You'd love to think that this could be one of the games that really starts to show off why they are so highly acclaimed in the region. For Canada and Aegis, a very similar situation for them, way above on Surge. That's been easy peasy as you like for them. But they're also looking good in some of the other aspects. I can't say the same for Cold and Acorn. Cold, the man with all the firepower in the world, is currently down. Acorn, though, one of the better solo players that this region has to offer. And he's going to have to show that. If there is any hope moving forward, he spots some players and shots will be hit. Nothing concrete, though, landing. Nothing that will allow him to just get a bunch of mats and tarp out for the rest of this game. Flicks and Donny dropping into a box. This is what they do best. You like to think, but can they connect the shots? Flicks, he's struggling. He's trying to get out.
Oh, I loved how he was keeping his head on a swivel, trying to block all those sides with the builds. But Donny's going to be the one surviving, taking down Zypha. Agers, Canada, they have their share of the high ground. You see Peter trying to get his way up the zone, but Con Agers realize this is going to be one of the few threats they have left in the lobby. They got to contest him now before it's too late, but he gets Shockwave out of zone, down the mountain. All of his resources right now are going to be expended for Canada, trying to find his way back in the zone and box to box with Agers once more.
Chug Splash will keep him in, but for how much longer? He walked right into Trashy's sight, and now a hammer play. Trashy's feeling confident. He goes up. His teammate is already here waiting for him. Pump and Trashy They're in a very, very good spot right now. Hammering towards the front of the zone where Peterbot is going to be waiting for them. But he is no threat to them right now. They are the real top dogs in this lobby.
Yeah, Peter saw that one. A bird of play. No, that's a player trying to take my high ground. And they do it successfully as Muzz and DJ. And we talked about their chemistry through the early game. All they have to do to make it to this point, and they are a huge threat, but they need to find a moment here to stabilize with shockwave hammers causing commotion all around. You see Peterbot's down. It's all up to Booga as a solo. 4 eliminations, though. Get the refresh. Down goes Agers. This is a huge moment for them.
Deep in the zone, he's looking for loot, looking for things that can just keep him going, keep him ticking, and there's been plenty of chug splashes here that are allowing him to do exactly that. He's going to stay alive, he's calm, he's composed, he's been in this situation before. For Walkers, for Vert, they're both alive, they're doing well. Maybe need to pick up some eliminations like they did in that last game. But for the moment, they are here as a duo. Muzz and Degen, can they stay as a duo? They certainly can. If Muzz can keep hitting shots like that, that's going to send Booga flying away.
And with the danger here, I think Booga's going to be able to get back up if he can find some sort of oasis, some sort of moment for hope down there. But it's up here in the clouds. Pump, Trashy, trying to deny entry from everybody. Down goes Degen. Everything comes crashing down for Trashy, but with a shockwave hammer. And at the right time, they regain that high ground.
Degen did not stand a chance when Trashy is in this mood. Walkers and Vert, they spot a duo right in front of them. That's going to be Quart and Jack. They're going to have to try and eventually move past them, and the hammers will allow them to do just exactly that. The zone's moving up this hill. It's a perfect opportunity for Trashy and Pump to just go absolutely crazy in this one. And you can see that's what they want to do, but not being overzealous, making sure to farm up, get the materials back up, and then keep applying that pressure.
Walker's got forced to crawl and sent back to the lobby. Claw finds himself outside of zone, trying to use the shockwave hammer to find another one. Down goes D-Roller. A huge opportunity for Claw, but he had to leave a shockwave hammer behind. He has to do it without him. One chug splash, a big pot to his name. Anything is better than nothing, but the team that has everything under control right now, that's Trashy, they're pumped. When a few duos remain, they get crashed down to the shockwave hammer, but no worry for them as they take down Clarity as well and get into the top 3.
Trashy and Pump, easy as you like, walking us through this game. They're holding hands as they dance throughout all these builds, and their opponents are fighting each other now. They know what they need to do to close this one out. They need to take out Vert, and that doesn't seem like an impossible task. Getting dropped down, low on material, so we won't speak too soon. But if Pump will keep hitting shots like that, you've got to think it will end, and that's exactly what will happen. 11 elimination victory royale in game 2, and a brilliant display from that duo.
And that is just beautiful to see. Game number 1, they performed well. They performed to a good standard, but they were not happy. They knew they needed to perform better, and they topped it off with 11 eliminations. From to the end of the game, they just held control.
They played high so incredibly well in that game. There were so many instances just like this one here on our screens where they were running very, very low on materials, even down to none. But they didn't play like it. They stuck together, they hit big shots, and they win the game as a result of it. Brilliantly done from this duo. If we can see them continue to play like that, then there will be plenty of series points waiting for them by the end of game 6.
Yeah, with the amount of chaos the shockwave hammers really caused through all that end game, you would imagine some would kind of get lost in the sauce, but these guys had their head on tight. It's interesting to see what that leaderboard is going to show out after 11 eliminations.
I love the fact that there wasn't really much of a celebration there. It's a cheeky smart, but he's checking social media. Oh, what's going on? Oh, what did I miss? Right. Brilliantly done. Brilliantly done. Game 2 will go to Trashy and Pump. I'm very impressed to see where that leads them on the standings. A very interesting game, Jacob.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. But I want to get to those standings because we know third game's coming up. Where you're at the halfway point means so much. Mini Miner, Jenny, Zeke. What are those leaderboards?
We got you guys covered at the 11th point there. Just casual, that trash, like, no big deal. You know what I'm saying?
So cool.
So cool.
He's a cool guy.
Yeah,
I want to be like him.
I know. Want to get right back into the action. I just got to say as well, this to me feels like high ground evolved, right? I think for a while now we've seen and had this question, what does high ground look like now with the shockwave hammers implemented? But for Trashy, Pump, they just kind of like were super calm. And every time they got chopped like almost 3 times.
Yeah.
I definitely remember 2, might have been 3, but utilizing those hammers like, okay, we're coming down. Just kidding, we're going right back up.
Yeah, they did such a great job on limiting materials as well. And what I noticed earlier on in the game, a real great little bit of tech from this duo. As you can see, he has 8 mushrooms. Now, you might be wondering, why is he carrying those shield mushrooms? But he is actually using those new reality augments of the Harvester augment. He was actually throwing down the new big bush bombs, breaking them, and then getting an abundance of mushrooms and extra heals, which, of course, with the Harvester augment, allows you to get more HP. So something a little I noticed about this duo that just sets them apart from the rest, Jenny. As you can see, it's going well for them.
It definitely worked out well for them for sure, too. And again, you were saying that hammer, they were so technical about it. They were so smart about it. The positioning of themselves in the storm just put them at such an advantage. And again, too, I noticed as they were hammering up, holding that high ground, they were also jumping back down, grabbing the extra materials, and making sure that they could claim that height throughout the end of the game. And it worked out amazing for them.
I mean, hey, they jump up 3 spaces, 173 points, sitting nice.
Ooh,
after game number 2, Walkers invert. Even after the lobby decided, Walkers, you got to calm down. they're in second place as well. So a lot of these duos are really on fire today.
Yeah, I mean, Vert did a really, really good job there. We talked so much about Walkers in that previous game, but Vert was the one that had Walkers on his back this time and clutching up in that final few moments. Of course, clutching up a second place. Of course, 14 eliminations for them so far. Of course, the majority of which coming in game 1. They're looking strong. They're just keeping the points ticking over. If they can keep up that consistency, there's no limit.
You're so right, too. And it's crazy to me because they are locked in. As you can see, like Walker and Vert going into endgame, they were prepared. And again, Walker's actually has his teammate with him at the end there, so that was a plus. But yeah, because they are so good as solo players too, coming together and being able to play and get endgame together, I do think that we're going to continue to see them show up in the higher standings on this leaderboard.
But like I said before, a lot of the old guard finding their way back in, saying, hold up everybody. Muzz, Degen here. I mean, what happened?
I'm excited about this duo, right? And they've performed well so far, but this is an exciting duo that I think, because Muzz is such a powerful fragger. He's such a powerhouse in the middle of the lobby, and this is exactly what he needed. He needed to use all of that experience and all of that fragging potential because he had so many players inside of the box in those mid-ground layers, particularly when he jumped in on Booger at that moment. You thought he was about to close out that elimination, but it didn't quite happen for him. Of course, Booger was able to get away and hammer away, but just shows the confidence and the potential that Muzz has. I'm a big fan of this duo. I'm expecting to see them keeping on performing well.
Oh yeah, I absolutely agree. And again, they are just they're a powerhouse together too, and it's amazing how well they work together as a team.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so we have to do the classic check-in. We got to talk about Storm Surge, see how people are adapting here in week number 2. So what are we finding after just 2 games?
We're finding a lot of our teams that are setting up for success early on. I think that's the most important thing to note, is that teams that are setting up for success, of course, we saw it with Booger and Peterbot in game number 1. If they're putting themselves in the right positions early on, they are benefiting. Walkers and Vert, of course, our second place team from that last game, they are set up for success at their drop at the Citadel. And you can see them building this huge base up on top of the castle, and they're able to have so much visibility, Jenny.
Can see the angle, they can edit it, they can adjust it to be completely closed off, but again, they can edit it perfectly and see what teams are rotating, what teams can I get quick little picks off. And again, you can see as a storm comes in, this was a perfect positioning for them. I mean, they were able to be like, all right, look, this is exactly where I am. All the teams are going to have to pretty much come to me. So they were in an ideal placement here, and able to get such high above Storm Surge, and they were, I mean, it just set them up in amazing position for endgame.
Yeah, it really did. And you can see right there, they are, of course, setting up for success. In terms of shooting teams that are coming in from that contested side and the more congested side of zone, they were farming Surge, and they, of course, worked out very, very well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you love to see it. Once again, we're just trying to figure out how to adapt, right? Coming into these next set of games, because a lot of these duos are just thinking to themselves, you know, if I want to make it to the grand finals in a few weeks, what do we got to do? What are things we got to change? What's the strategies we need to implement, right? Like, I'm excited to see more of this stuff unfold. Was there like a highlight for you guys in that last game? Because I feel like there was one for me.
I mean, for me, I think it was one of those games where Trashy and Pump, right? They set up for success midway through the game. They were really proactive in getting all of that loot early on, and even using those augments, I was really, really impressed with them. And of course, they did really, really well.
Yeah, they were absolutely locked in. It was so good.
Yeah, for sure. Well, hey, we're back at it once again. Game number 3 of NA East. Here we go.
Game number 3 is Among Us. The one right before the half, the last chance for a lot of these teams, depending on where you're at in the leaderboard, to really control their own destiny.
I think you'll be a bit dramatic. Maybe not last chance, right? Maybe they got one or two more after this, right? But I think, you know, the point stands that you want to start, you know, making an impact, right? If you haven't already, if you maybe had a couple stinky games to start the day, it's all right. We all have them, right? You got to step up now. You got to step up now because time is ticking. We know what's on the line, right? You have to do it. You have to get your series points if you want to be competing in the grand finals. This is your chance to do it. This is your moment. Win off spawn to start the game, right?
Yeah, and for some of these teams, it's just, it hasn't been the case winning off of spawn. For some of these teams, all of their loot is getting split between them and another team, but a team that isn't getting their loot stolen, but really has to revamp their gameplay is Bugha and Peterbot. With game number 3 starting right now, we really get to see how it plays out.
Let us see who will do what they need to do here in game 3. Bus going from the south all the way up to the north, splitting almost through the middle.
Seen this one before.
Countless times.
50-50, we're gonna go at it again. Going towards the chest, going straight out of the pickaxes. All that loot getting stolen. This is where Chubbs has to be careful. Mikey, Smack, both go down, 1v2, and that is trusting your teammate at its finest.
Bryson Chubbs, props. That fight is so hilarious to me. The nature of it, 50-50, that is very much some classic Fortnite type stuff right there. Nevertheless, they have the better drops. And they are picking up the loot, winning the fight. This one is a fight we've watched countless times. Chaos and Time have been the victors 2 times in a row, and it looks like they'll make it 3. Chaos Gaming and Time 1X doing a brilliant job so far here today. They've made it look pretty easy throughout the day.
You can see why. Just immediately finding that twin mag right out of the chest, taking down Aoxy. Huge start to their game yet again. 3rd game in a row, just like you said. Caskers and Clarity contested over towards Breakwater Bay. That's Cam, that's Jiggly Flopper. Usually they split loot, they go their 2 separate ways, and they kind of play the rest of this one out, but it looks like Casker and Clarity might have different plans this time around, trying to gather the information, slowly but surely closing in on their opponents here in this 3rd game. Trying to loot up, not taking the capture point just yet. Doesn't want to give up his position, but shots coming in from the side. Casker's shield is going to get dropped in the blink of an eye. He doesn't have any in his inventory to try to regain in this situation, so he's going to be looking at Clarity for some sort of support, some sort of way to stabilize himself, and he sees Clarity towards the back, and he's just going to go ahead and take that as a signal. He's going to take that as a way to disengage on out of here.
We've got some replays here. We've been watching this fight between Yomza and Rise of Spawn, and finally they're able to sort of win it out cleanly. And so maybe this will be the game where they start to show off what they can do. 2 of my favorite players right now in this region, and they won't be happy with the way that they started, but nevertheless, there is an opportunity now, as we have emphasized countless times.
They're one of those teams who, once you get a chance to play, once you able to escape your POI, they had 3 different opportunities last week, getting over 50 points in each and every one of those, including a huge game number 1. But Acorn and Cold, they have already more points than all day week number 1, and it goes to show them being contested right out of the gate has changed so much. Not only has it made their game better, it slowed Bugha and Peterbot that's on that north side of the map.
Ooh. Here's a skizzy.
I like it.
Into the thick of it.
Oh, come on.
That was a cheeky angle. If he had hit that shot, wow, that would have been phenomenal. Still going to be on the offensive, though. They're not slowing down. Cyrus moving in and fast. Big shot there. And you want to see more of that. Both of them now focusing their attention onto Cyrus, and this will be a brilliant chance for Skizzy to start moving in behind them. He doesn't care, though. He's going for it. He does not care one bit that is 2 players there, all against him.
I like him knowing the situation there, though. As soon as he fired that shot, he knew his teammate has height, and that was his moment to try to escape out of that position. That was a sticky one as well, as Skizzy, Cybridge are trying to hold on to this position. Another team floating nearby. The longer this one takes, the more noise that they make, the more chance for them to try to peek in, get search for themselves before they disengage. But the shots continue to fire. Cybridge towards the low ground, taking a ton of damage and a ton of heat in this fight, but it's all for a sacrifice. He gets that first knock on the float, and he's not getting greedy. I like how he's not pushing into this one too quick. He's letting himself regain in the situation, find some stability, and they're going to need it because Hound and Aiden are on their way in.
I like that. I like that. They keep it moving, though. And the fight is going to break out very, very quickly here between this newer duo. Hound actually will pick up one there already. Now they're moving the fight up to the skies. Aiden with that hammer, gonna try and look to get up above. Almost did it as well. That would have been a decent shot if he had hit it, but he would go again.
Wow, and the third party is coming in, just making this such a bad fight for that team that was on the high. Aiden, Hound, they know the damage is there. They're just trying to clean that one up. A huge turnaround. See him trying to turn, burn. Aiden doesn't like the situation. He gets out. Cybers goes down. Hound trying to alleviate some of the pressure. Skizzy, just a sliver of HP. But the third party, now getting third partied with a fourth party, getting the invite. That's Casker, that's Clarity. This is a huge moment for them to play janitor and clean it all up.
Yeah, I'm wondering where my invite is, right? Because everybody in the lobby clearly being invited to this one. Nobody wanting to miss out at all. Everybody seeing it as an opportunity to feast on some of these players. Casker and Clarity, no stranger to that. They have been one of the better teams we've watched today. Maybe they'll show us exactly why here. As they move on in, that Excalibur gonna just cause some issues. Apply that extra bit of pressure. They're now moving very, very close and are taking pieces every single second here.
Blessings on blessings for that lone solo on the other side. Caster and Clarity spotted the duo trying to run away. Hound and Aiden doing what they can, getting forced lower and lower down below underneath the bridge. Caster and Clarity continuing to take multiple angles. Doesn't want to let his 2 eliminations. It's a great opportunity. So far out away from everybody else on the map. They know the third party potential is just going to get dwindled because of how many players already ended up on this side of the map. Zone moving in, time running out. Huge shot taking down the shield of Aiden. Clarity Caskers knows these players are weak. They're trying to back up. They're trying to figure out something here. The shots continue to fire off. Aiden hoping for some sort of dream, some sort of help here. A blessing, some would call it, as Clarity Caskers, they don't want to give up any miracles. Continuing the pressure from multiple angles. This is going to be a huge opportunity for them when it comes to those leaderboards. Piece control going over. And now they're 105 tags as the Casker now under pressure. Clarity trying to get out alive.
Clarity did brilliant there to hit the shots he hit. Casker has picked up Hound. And so now his fight is no longer an even 2v2 match. It already felt like there was a clear advantage in one team's favor, but now even more so.
It's a huge disengage opportunity. I just hope he has the reboot card at that stage in the game, because where the zone continues to pull, it's going to be hard to try to make those miracles happen. It's Trashy and Pump. 11 eliminations. Huge victory royale. 173 points. Push themselves far up that leaderboard. And you can see how it's really playing out. They have a little bit of an uncontested area. They're making sure that they're looting up everything that they can and setting themselves up for where they can get that position in the mid where they can go for Surge.
Trashy and Pump now have a VR in back-to-back weeks. Both times with 11 elims. They do like their double digits. Can they get another one today, though? That would be the question. A brace would not be too bad. Clarity, though. They'll close this one out. Here and now, Aiden snuffed out of the lobby.
It's going to be a good opportunity for them because they are so far out of the zone. They can go ahead and play the slower side. They have plenty of Surge to work with. They have a different focus here in this game. Walker's Invert, 2 great games for them so far, especially for Walker's. You got to imagine his confidence has to be at a high at this point. 2 great days throughout the qualifiers. You match it with the first 2 good games of the finals. They got to believe that they're one of the favorites at this stage. Game number 3.
Yeah, and of course here, Desi and Rehan, the team who obviously did so brilliantly in that first game. They've cooled off a bit, but they're really involved in this games. So Vivid, tell us what they've been up to.
Big point to note here out of Desi and Rehan is actually that they land all the way on the north side of the map, and that's actually a similar situation for Trashy and Pump, and both of these teams are on the top of the leaderboard right now. Now, a similar situation that we find both of these teams is that they both have that Splash Medic Augment, which is going to be allowing them to actually get these Chug Splashes out of any container. So, you know, they got to make this tough rotation toward the south side of the zone. Let's see how they fare with it.
You can really see why they're kind of stacked up to the brim when it comes to heals. Pledge entering into the wrong box, the wrong time, leaving everything on to TK here to try to come out on top. That's Vila and NPen. We know how busy NPen can get, wasting a lot of time in that last game. Unfortunately, Surge was his demise, so huge for them to not only pick up that elimination, to get 3 overall, stacking themselves up with the later on in this game.
It's good to actually see these guys do it right. This time last game, it felt like we were seeing NPen scrapping around in the storm. Of course, big chips on their shoulders, going to prove to everybody what they're capable of. And they have a very good setup here now. The materials are definitely looking good for this team. The question is getting them into zone with what they have.
Really just trying to take their time. They know at least one player is slowly nearby. Maybe trying to wait for him to return. Maybe get the reboot. Choice is definitely theirs because Surge is definitely not going to be a worry. Walker's Avert trying to put pressure. Seeing a lone Muzz float through the distance. Booga and Peterbot. Got to imagine what's going through their minds right now. Not having that contested drop. Not getting the Surge that they wanted. Everything really getting tossed to the wayside when it comes to their game plan.
Yeah, it's been awkward for them. They've had to make adjustments for sure. And at the end of the day, I'm sure they are learning. And this is the best opportunity to learn before we get to the grand finals. But nevertheless, still a tale of trying to get ahead of Surge, trying to get creative with how they do it as well. Barely above in this one. The opportunities are never too far from home.
Yeah, they're one of the few teams that can really flip that switch, get a little bit more aggressive, try to play straight for eliminations. They have the mindset to do it as well. Revised and reciprocal. Another very, very aggressive team that once you end up in their box, you got to make sure you hit the shots that matter. Otherwise, they take you out in the blink of an eye. You can already see with one elimination, 300 above the damage threshold. They're just trying to get themselves a little bit positioned in zone, bide their time, wait for the next one to pull because they don't have Surge to worry about. Unlike some of these other teams in the lobby, Death, Tahi, seeing them build a tower in the sky. They're trying to go for Surge, trying to hide from Doves. Except went down, 108 below the damage threshold. Danger Hero playing a huge role, trying to keep him alive. Tahi trying to end this one rather quick. Sooner or later, push comes to shove. He does just that, and you can already see in the feed as well. Yamzo and Rise getting a little bit more busy, trying to make up for lost time, because you know what they can really do with a chance to play off spawn.
Yeah, they will come in this game, and regardless of what layer you put them on, whether it be height, mid, or low, they'll impress you.
Wow. Rihan and Desi, first duo without an FNCS finals appearance to win a game this season. Chance for the newcomers to rise.
Yeah, the newcomers are showing what they can do. Again, we want to see them keep it up, right? Of course, it's all going to well start in the day in first place and doing what you do, but can you continue?
Did he just do that again? Did he shockwave hammer Cam back, trying to alleviate some of the pressure? See if he can do that again as Rihan gets tagged up. Get caught around, sneaking towards the low. Separated from Desi, that's not what you want to see.
Yeah, I'll ask whether they can do it again. It doesn't look like they can in this game. Desi is so incredibly low. There are eyes on him, and Cam is waiting for him. But he will not show up at all. But Cam can actually just go and take this loot now as well, which is going to be the great thing for this duo.
Get taken down early on. Jackson losing D-Roller. Popping that shield keg. Just trying to get it out early. He knows this is going to be a far rotation and a grueling one at that. As Shoney on the other side of that one, trying to take the piece control along with Polo. Liking what they're seeing so far, but not getting too antsy to try to straight up go for the elimination. They know this isn't the only player here, so they're making sure each and every time that they peek that they're on the same page through and through. Patience. That's a huge amount of patience coming out from Drizzle.
He's almost forced to be, right?
Yep.
In terms of just what the options are. You see there, when the opportunity does strike, he'll go for it, and he's capable of hitting them shots. But it's certainly not the most favorable positions to be in. The hammer will allow him to get to zone. And the question is that lack of anything else other than the hammer. How far can he go in this game without a teammate? Tragics and Cease on the other hand, playing on that dead side of the zone, using that jelly angler just to get some jellyfish. The spare shields ain't too bad.
Here's Vinyaz, 426 above for them. You've seen them perform to a high standard so far, 134 points. Almost coming out on top in the previous performance as Death and Tahi's now into the distance, spotting them out, trying to catch them slipping. Shots really not going through, but another team taking notice, also focusing, trying to get through to the covers. Only one tag really going to escape them. But that's not too much to worry about for Death and Tahi. Both of these teams really high on surge. They found themselves the position that they want, and now they're just waiting for where this next pull is going to be.
Watching and waiting in the wings, Yomzo and Rise finally getting their opportunity, Jacob. A big, big moment for them, well above on surge. As about good as you can be. I'm sure one of the highest damage counts so far in this lobby of any team. And that bodes well for that duo and bodes badly for anybody else in this lobby, as at any given moment they could become a victim. Clicks and Donny barely getting into the zone here. A big, big struggle, as you can see. But the mats invested will be worth it. The question is, without mats left, will they be able to go any further?
And you can kind of already see, I did see Booga in the elimination feed go down, but I also saw Peterbot pick up 2 eliminations. He's back up against the wall, forced to be in the same situation here. As Vert and Walker's peeking only when needed. They know Storm Surge really ticking in. Donnie just gets taken down altogether. Huge shots firing back.
Yeah, they made work. Absolutely easy work. This is the Peterbot 2v1 we were seeing in the feed. A cheeky little clean up there from Peterbot. And look, this is a guy that last week was on an absolute tear. Almost, you could consider the lobby boss at times, right? Just that one player you did not want to face or fight in any given situation. When you look at the loot he has in his inventory and the weaponry, the arsenal, you certainly have got to think that this is the kind of game where we could see a big Peterbot clutch.
It's a huge opportunity at that. If he finds a shockwave hammer, at that point, I'm a believer. Let me tell you, as Reciprocal and Revised, 2 eliminations, they're having a moment of their own, because they don't have too much of a rotation to make. But without the shockwave hammer, those little rotations sometimes seems like a lot as they're trying to go up and around this mountain, at least congested side. They're trying to go towards the north. There's so many other teams beating them there, trying to block them, deny entry, gatekeep, some would say, as they take some shots. They have just enough surge to try to go around all this chaos. And this might be a blessing in disguise, because there's so many teams right in front of them that they can pick and choose who target they want to take.
Acorn and Cold sitting perched up. This is the kind of position they want to be in, but they've not actually been able to connect to as many shots as they'd like. And you can see Acorn almost just scrambling around, looking every which way for somebody to overpeak, somebody to just expose themselves. When they do, he'll be ready. But it just isn't happening for him. I'm sure he'll be wanting somebody to just open up an edit or something, please.
Wow. Talk about a Yamza and Rise and their damage. Chaos Gaming and Time1X said, what about us? You saw us from the beginning of the game till now. 1,000 above the damage threshold, 7 eliminations. They have the mythic tactical pistol, shockwave, plenty of resources. They actually are perched up to possibly take a high position in this game, and then with the zone pulling rather close, they can pick and choose when they want to rotate. They have the potential, man. I'm really liking what I'm seeing, but what I'm not liking is Acorn and Cole down on that damage threshold. We saw them just above. They knew it wasn't enough. Jeff gets chopped down, but that's Cease who really takes Throne through most of that damage, even though Acorn's going to get the last elimination. 1 below the damage threshold. Cold is down. Damage still setting in. Only 1 more mini to take. He has to deal just 1 damage, Levin. And this is the hardest situation you got to be in.
This is so harsh from the lobby. It is so unfortunate. They did a good job to actually get some damage dealt on those players falling from above them. But then to be 1 damage below Jacob, that is heartbreaking for Acorn and Cold. But nevertheless, Storm Surge waits for nobody. You have to be ready, you have to be proactive. And for a team that we said we wanted to see do a lot better today, it's not going to be here in game number 3. Empen and Byler, though, they're looking better than what we last saw from before. And so this definitely is a big potential game for them. You can see Cease is above, and they are scouting it, looking to see where his teammate is and if they can chop him out.
The potential scary roller coaster of a last zone as we continue to go over water, up mountains. But that's the name of the game, and that's the beauty of having a shockwave hammer. You see Encrypted go down. Back to the lobby. They got to think about something. Cease here as well, trying to set himself up. Lost Tragics very, very early on, but he did allow him to keep as many chug splashes, keep these big pots because of the jelly angle augment that we did see early on. Peterbot finding another one. Cease somehow getting a knock on a Zypha. That's 16 HP, not needed, but definitely something he can use once that one goes. The siphon does come through.
Yeah, and this is a big moment for Cease. You see him wiping down the hands, making sure he's got that mouse grip on point. A big clutch is definitely on the cards with what he has. That shockwave hammer, all those shields, the materials as well. It's not favorable, but it's definitely not the worst position to be in. Peterbot, you could almost say the same for at the front of the zone. He can start to make his way on in. Inconspicuous there is a solo.
I like the trend right now of Rise and Yams. Give them a chance to play. Give them a chance to play. They're definitely going to surprise you. They definitely have the potential to take over the game, and this is another one of those moments right here.
And you give them a chance to play, they'll definitely look up to height at some point. Will they be able to get it is the question, or will they just settle to play down below? Byler and Empen, we've followed them throughout this whole game. They've looked like one of the stronger teams. This is their chance to finally show it. You can see the move towards the front, definitely looking strong. There will be players, though, looking to join them in this area as Chaos and Time start to stroll their way on in.
9 eliminations so far. They're trying to take home a record. They're trying to take home that VR, jump to the top of the leaderboard. Doesn't matter if it's placement or eliminations. Big Bush Bomb going down. Trying to go ahead and give them a little bit more cover. Some foliage to work with to try to distract some teammates. Is back on board Yamso and Rise. You know how dangerous they can be. They're just looking for that opportunity. Chili Chug Splash going off. The teamwork with the Shockwave Hammer trying to get to the front side of zone.
Yeah, and they've got to start looking for a refresh in this zone because the materials are running low. They're positioned on the front. The hammer is what gets them there. And they're going to look to try claim above, though. A battle will ensue for height. We know that's always going to happen every single game, especially with the way the hammers are playing. And it looks like Kyrie and Casca might be victorious. We saw them try and go for it before, and it finally seems like they've been able to get their grip on it.
Gotta be careful, though. Kanata and Agers, the cheeky plays, they broke them down once. You gotta be a fool to think it won't happen again. As Time 1X, Chaos Gaming from 9 eliminations to 10, keeping it on a roll. Yuz, Chris, trying to sneak down low. You've seen them get a second place before. Over peak, shot from above. Danger Hero, one of the most important perks here towards the end game. Not only does it regenerate the HP, but it gives you a little bit of speed boost. And you know how chaotic this can be. That little bit means so much as Clarity, once again, Shockwave hammering, making sure to solidify the front side of zone.
Chaos and Time, though, they're on an absolute tear.
11.
Already have 10, now 11. They've tied what we saw from last game, and they want to pick up more, and there's plenty more players for them to pick up. So many teams around them, but will they be alert? A big 126, a knock, and another one. How does he keep doing it? Chaos has 9 now.
Yep, they definitely are going for that record. They don't want to just take part in this game. They want to take over, but they have to go through. Enpen and Byla, they're sneaking through, trying to get to the front side of zone. Yamzo and Rise on that other side. This is where 2 superstars could clash.
They look like they want to dodge it, though. They don't want to try and take it. They want to build up, claim their spot. Up above, though, Clarity and Casca. More troubles on height as Kanada and Aegis battling it out against this duo. And look at how low Clarity is. This is not how you want to be holding height. But nevertheless, they still hold on for now. Time is down. Chaos Gaming with 11 elims all by himself. And the fight will not stop. He will continue to move.
Bringing truth to his name, Chaos Gaming, causing all that and more here. The end game with the Shockwave Hammer. Looking for that perfect moment. Yamzo and Rise staying down low. The last of the Chili Chug Splash is being used. This is the moment for them, with not very many builds, to try to get that refresh.
I said they needed a refresh. A zone and a half ago, and it didn't come. It looks like the opportunity might be on the way as they look towards the low. Chaos, he might fall into their tracks as well, and that might be just what they need to keep themselves going. Yamzo is down low. And so now it leaves Rise all alone. as it looks like MPen and Bilo were the ones to pick him up as they continue their pursuit throughout this zone.
Only a few duos left in a world of solos at this point. Chaos Gaming is one of those dangerous solos, but he goes down. Redux ending a run of a lifetime. Now he can make something of his own. 5 eliminations, 7 for the team. He gets taken down as well. We get into our top 3 situation, and Demonics is the only solo alive, but scratch that. Add one more to the total as NPen and Byla are in complete control to take over the game.
Yeah, and they're looking to close this out now. They don't want to wait at all, and it looks like it's just a couple more shots needing to connect, and they will hit them. Byla and NPen, another 11 elim victory royale, Jacob. These teams are showing up and fragging out.
I feel like you have a third eye on that team because you called out NPen and his ability to perform as a solo. You said the potential of this team. Add Byla into the mix. What can they do? They can take first place.
Yeah, throughout the whole game, you just saw the perfect setup. They had all the splashes in the world, and we know how strong those are in this season, in this chapter for the past year and a half of Fortnite, and they used them to perfection. And of course, there in the final moments, just hitting the shots that he needs to hit, not complicating things, not allowing anybody to get into the game. And NPen there, happy as you like, a big smile on his face, and hopefully we'll see him continue to smile throughout these games. A big victory royale here in Game 3.
Yeah, you got to imagine they probably secured it, at least in their minds, taking down Iamzo on the low ground, one of the strongest duo teams along with Rise that could have gotten in their way. So finding that one, I think, really sealed the deal for them, and then the rest was just easy. Shockwave Hammer, cause chaos, make everybody fall below. It was all theirs.
Yeah, easy as you like, right? You know, Jacob, you could do it yourself, couldn't you, right? No,
Definitely.
Brilliant game, though, from those two. Very impressive stuff. And who better to break it all down than Zeke and the analyst?
Thank you guys so much. Game number 3 is done, which means we're now at that halfway mark with only 3 left to go. Byla, NPen, huge victory royale. My goodness. And I mean, to show up like that halfway, that's it, man. You hit the ground running, let's close out strong.
Yeah, what a great performance from them. Another team, of course, that did do well, Clarity and Casca.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, what a performance from those guys. They actually learned from their mistake in previous games where they took high ground a little bit too early. This time, they took it late and they performed well. They had it at the right time. As you can see, this was the moment right here for Clarity to get that green light, to go up onto high ground and take out Revise. And this was the moment, hammering onto that front side of zone. Perfectly played from them.
Yeah, they hung onto that high ground very well. They had to fight here again, like Adrian and Kanata for it. They were like, you know what? We are claiming it. This is our territory, and it worked very well for them again, too. They held it even though they didn't have a crazy amount of mats, but for a long time, they were able to make it work. And again, that high ground placement is so important, especially endgame, because you can get those really quick little eliminations from everybody down below.
Yeah, it was absolutely perfect from this team, of course, taking out Aegis and Kanata. Aegis and Kanata had a valiant effort at going for that high ground, but
Yeah.
Casca and Clarity, they learned from their mistakes. They were able to take them out. And, of course, that gave them a huge refresh in their ability to keep on to that high ground. And they're in second place right now. Zeke is looking good.
I'm telling you, man, you just need one great game, and there is the proof right there, up 5 placements. But as well, Walkers, I mean, just an insane performance paired up with Vert. They're going vertical up.
yes.
Right there.
Sorry,
I'm
you
so
did
sorry.
that.
I'll see myself out. Don't worry about it. But I mean, continuing down the line here, just look at this. Even after Chaos Gaming, these guys had like, what, 11 eliminations right before going down? Up 22 placements.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, you can see, too, the amount of work and effort they have put into this. You're going to see teams that we're not even highlighting as much. You're going to be like, who is this? I need to get to know them, because they're obviously making a name for themselves.
Yeah, they really are. Chaos Gaming Live. The live in his name stands for live. He often streams all of his events, and I have a huge amount of respect for this guy because he grinds the content. Of course, he grinds the competitive as well. And I think it was 11 eliminations in that last game, so he's taking out the whole lobby. And another team that's doing that, of course, in that last game, NPen and Byla. We can't forget to mention them coming out with that victory, jumping up 33 places.
That's wild. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's wild. 33 places is definitely something to highlight, especially too, you see, like they probably made changes we weren't even aware of until this, and you're like, okay, what did you do? So we're gonna keep our eye out next game and say, all right, you know what? I want to see what you did. What tactics did you use? And again, too, we saw a lot of these teams holding a pistol, which was really interesting because, again, even last week, we saw a lot of teams using that SMG to break through builds, but I feel like that has actually switched this. Like, you know, coming into this week, so many teams are holding a pistol and making, you know, breaks to the walls, getting those quick eliminations. And again, you know, just looks so good.
Yeah, especially for Byler's case as well. A lot of people might say that Byler is a little bit proactive, a little bit too aggressive in those eliminations. But what he's done here is he's been so patient, which is really, really good from this duo. Of course, being held down by Empan a little bit, making sure that he's just kept him on a leash a little bit, make sure Empan Byler don't go too far away, but he kept him well. And of course, it came out with a great game for that duo. Really, really mature, really, really well played.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, Iamzo and Rise, a duo we've kind of been highlighting throughout the last week and this week as well. Also looking to perform well. I love kind of what you called out, Jenny, as well. Everyone's using these pistols. Like, we did not really see, like, a pistol at all last week. And now it's like you jump to almost every duo and they have one.
I know, yeah. Again, you said that, and it's so interesting too because even in that last club, like it was just a blue, but this is like using an epic one, and you see them. Okay, that makes sense. They're holding an epic pistol, of course. Why not? You can definitely break through and hit such amazing shots with it. But yeah, it's just been the way to go. So we're going to be seeing a lot more teams using it.
That's right. Let's head on here, man. Halfway point. I don't know. I blinked and then 3 games were gone. We hope you guys are enjoying the action wherever you're watching. My goodness, with 3 games left to go, what can these duos look to change up, right? For some duos, they're already in gear.
Yeah.
Others are looking to just put together anything.
Yeah, anything and everything for these duos. Iamzo and Rise, one of them. They had a really, really solid game there. Back to basics for them. Low ground. I'm excited to see how they can develop throughout the rest of the games as well.
Yeah, again, too. I want to see them do what they got to do to change, and I want to see some of the teams that have not been placed in first get that change. I want to see you in first place and make it happen.
Jenny wants it, so y'all better get to it. But guess what? We have more games. That's right. This is game number 4 from the NAFNCS.
Game number 4. The players have now had plenty of opportunities to get a feel for the lobby, get a taste of the action, and now it's time to claim the whole load. Who will come out victorious within the next 3 games?
Yeah, that time to really get nervous, the time to make adjustments is now. Not really get nervous, but the adjustments part is definitely going to be real. For some of these teams, honestly, it hasn't been the day they were hoping for. So honestly, I got to ask you, what are some of the things you're looking for to switch up?
Well, look, in terms of some of the teams not having the best of days, I think we expected to see a big switch up. There are so many players in this lobby who just haven't gotten a chance to play in this session, right? And so when you make it here, you do all you can, you play at your best. And maybe some complacency from some of the teams who were here last time round. The big thing is, though, right, is that once it starts to get to the back end of the games, that's when everyone starts to really flip the switch, turn it on, because time is ticking.
Yeah, they realize where they're at in the leaderboards. Hey, I got to pick up a few more points. How am I going to get those? Eliminations, of course, but game number 4, the battle bus is loaded. The players are ready. Let's get it on.
Who is it going to be in game number 4? Make your predictions now. Put them in the chat wherever you're watching. For me, if I had to go with someone, I'm going to say nobody, because I am not a fan of making predictions. I'm not going to stand on my hill.
Uh-oh.
But I will be a fan of this fight here. Time in and time out. We see this one off spawn. And once again, it looks like it's going to be Chubbs and Bryce who take it. Everyone's sliding around. Jacob, I have got to wonder, at what point are those guys just going to leave and stop 50-50? 4 games in a row now where we've seen that fight. Is this just an ego thing now?
At this point, it is. At this point, these players realize the position they're in. They realize it's all down to that one chest because they've practiced this drop through and through. You see how perfect they're all landing there on top of that. So for them, it's probably a feeling of, hey, it's too late to change up. This is what I practice. I got to go with it at this point. As Braids and Mood just kind of disengaging. They want to have a better chance at this one. Caskers and Clarity is knocking down Cam. Shots being fired from above. Jiggly's going to take most of that damage. And it's for Casper with only six bullets left. He's really picking and choosing his fight right here.
Yeah, I'm sure he was looking at that slurp on the floor, wishing he could just, I don't know, inhale it. But unfortunately, he can't. And unfortunately for him, he doesn't have to worry about that because his teammate is one of the better players in this lobby.
Trusting you and your teammate right there, that gives them a second chance to really continue to play at their consistency. Quan Jock won this fight very, very early on. You see a huge switch up. Aoxy and Swirl no longer going up against Chaos and Time, but the result remains the same. Qua's going to get a knock on the one, but Swirl's there to try to save the day. Jock is out. Qua's by himself. This is a huge surprise for a team like Qua.
Yeah, they've been an ever-present And they will no longer be big damage dealt there from Swell. Wow. He is not disappointing in this game. Still being cautious though, of course, because he's going to be on the lurk.
Much needed switch up though. It works out for them this time around. Fourth game's the charm. Users polarized. They have the high ground against scope and visuals towards the low ground. This is where you can see them try to mad up, try to regain the resources towards the low ground. Polaroids beginning to close in, take away the pieces. The control right here is going to be important in a fight like this, especially one.
Polarizing users. They're going to play it slowly. There's no reason to play too fast. The problem is, though, they haven't got much match right, so they want to keep this fight contained if possible. And they won't want this happening here. The good thing is, though, they connect their shots, and so visuals will fall. Maybe overstepping his boundaries, and scopes will quickly follow. You saw what they were trying to do. It didn't quite work out for them. Jackson and D-Roller, they might have something to say about this fight.
Yeah, that was a huge steal from Jackson as well. They didn't even get the siphon towards the low ground, so Polaroids is so weak right now. Jackson knows it as well, trying to take advantage of this moment, taking that mythic tactical pistol. They got the elimination early on, trying to disengage now, but another team, that third party coming in, putting a huge amount of damage on. D-Roller is there to try to alleviate some of the pressure, and I think it's going to be a successful one at that, as they continue to try to gather that information and figure out what that next move is going to be.
You know, we're seeing here the fight at Anvil Square. Nut is down, and so Nosh will play this one out alone. Doesn't have a great deal of mats, but does have a great deal of chug splashes. So that will come in handy.
Choice is really up to Clicks and Donnie here. If you want to continue to try to hunt him down, hold on to this fight as long as possible, take claim to all of Anvil Square. I think they're going to go ahead and try for that. They know he's at least trying to go for the capture point down towards the low ground. Maybe they don't, because I think it's already captured as well. Levin, huge shot there, fired off on Nosh. He's trying to fire back. Pieces are all his. This is his moment to weave in and out of these covers and try to prolong this situation. He's hoping for a third party come in as a distraction so he could try to get out alive.
Maybe that third party is not going to come as soon as you'll want.
Not at all. They know exactly where he's at. And they're continuously zeroing in on his position, taking away the pieces, knocking on the doors, backing him up. And this is the moment right here, 2v1. He's still finding a way to barely get out, but a huge shot's going to be fired. Donnie takes the trade, but the bait and switch coming out. Clicks is going to seal the deal.
It was only a matter of time with Clicks and Donnie that hungry to pick you up. Especially when you're solo, it's very unlikely you survive. They win at Anvil Square here in game number 4.
Uh-oh.
Trouble in paradise, though, here at Slappy. What do we have here?
Both of these teams being a victim to Storm Surge throughout their journey of the day. Booga and Peterbot now being the aggressors from north all the way to south. You can see them trying to take away options. This is the moment right here. This is a moment that could really change the course of both of these teams' end games.
I like, though, what I'm seeing in terms of Booga and Peterbot forcing the issue, right? We've highlighted some of the struggles they've had for Surge. They are still doing very well in today's competition. They've been incredibly consistent, but trying something new here, getting a bit more aggressive, taking some liberties when it comes to Acorn and Cold. And unfortunately for Acorn and Cold as a duo, they've shown that, you know, they can be vulnerable to somebody pushing in and looking to take a fight early on from them.
That would have been a perfect moment. Costa and Zeus go in there, that POI, and you can see Booga and Peterbot disengage, keeping their head on a swivel, realizing where they're at in every position in the game, the situation. That's what's going to be crucial. Not only for them, but everybody really taking part. It's Trashy and Pump trying to get their free rotation, set themselves up for a nice high ground spot. Chaos Gaming alive, time 1x. They're not contested this time around. You can already see the switch up from the Oxygen Swirl, and you can see the switch up in which it's causing their game. They don't have that early Storm Surge, and now they're left looking for it.
And now they have to play a bit more aggressively than they probably would like to. And we all know what can happen in those situations where you step out of line, something goes wrong. Yeah, this team was going mad last game. Chaos Gaming single-handedly double-digit elims. I was very, very impressed personally.
Looked like Cease was just trying to take down Tragics, but maybe just taking the pieces right there. A little bit of a missed up. Misfire at that. They know that one team is close by. You got to imagine they know at least somebody else is nearby. But 5 teams in close proximity here. If this ends up into a big build fight, Livin, I don't know what to expect.
I don't think it will. And hopefully it won't. They'll all hope it won't. Acorn and Cold were able to get out of that situation over at Slappy. And so the game will move on for them. Fortunately for us, though, we do have Jenny Smiles here to give us an update on what Acorn and Cold have been up to.
Yes, thank you, Levin. So, again, Acorn is rotating out of Slappy and making sure that he can take care of those Storm Surge tags. Getting the tags here, as you can see, and even in this situation, too, he's able to find a key, which leads to him getting some extra splashes, going, you know, taking care of all of that, getting asserted that he'll be set for endgame.
Thank you, Jenny, being our eye in the sky, gathering all that information, because we know how action-packed these games can be. So much chaos going around as Clix and Donnie, you know, their job isn't done just yet, even though they won that first off-spawn battle at Anvil Square. This is a central POI, a little bit of a central zone at that, so the potential of all these teams rotating in and out of Anvil is going to be huge.
This is one of those messy ones. A lot of teams will just be looking to come here and refarm, right, of course.
Scraps.
Get their scraps up. Yuz and Crisp, well on their way to zone. There is somebody that could potentially hold them and cause an issue for them towards the north. Should shortly be aware of that, though, as they continue to scout and seem very vigilant. And Yuz actually being rewarded for his vigilance as they move on in. Except and Dubs, the ones on the receiving end of that one.
Costa and Zeus. Nearby Acorn and Cold. This was that team trying to move up on Slappy, steal away some surge shots. Don't think it worked out the way they planned. They probably got what they want. Get out, wait for the next zone. Another opportunity here. And this is a huge switch up. Normally we kept seeing a lot of north pulls, a lot of western pulls. Now we got something a little bit more central, something a lot of these southern teams can kind of work with here in this next game.
We like to see the zones be a bit more kind to everybody in the lobby, right? Give everybody a chance, everybody a shot.
I like this right now. All the scraps, Anvil Square getting that much more busy. And the only reason why I like that, Levin, is because the chance for chaos with this many teams around, especially a spot like Anvil, is going to be huge.
Yeah, for sure. I think we know how much of a busybody Cease can be. Always looking, actively searching around. I would love to see them maybe look to refarm over there in Anvil and some of those brick buildings with the brick that Cease is working with, but go for an alternate choice and we'll see how much that pays off for them. Coyote G, unfortunately, gonna receive an end of some shots, but of course that bush paired with the Bush Warrior augment. Allow him to get his HP back up.
Refarm as well. A little moment for stability as Costa and Zeus trying to make another sneaky play happen, but the third party just interrupted everything, and they desperately need something. 95 below the damage threshold, zeroing in on an Acorn and Cold, who got their surge early, so they didn't have to worry about it. But you know as well as I do, it doesn't matter if you're above or below. The team that's below has to find the nearest team and begin to pressure, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to take control of these pieces. Acorn and Cold, they see that one coming, and they're spreading themselves out. Themselves real estate to work with.
Yeah, I'm playing the fight patiently, right? Not overstepping, but taking opportunities when they come. We know how much of a threat Cold can be. Has been dubbed one of the best fraggers in this region this chapter. And a big shot there connecting to show why. Can he string a couple more of those together is the question.
You can see Acorn taking an additional angle. This is going to get dangerous. But they keep playing into the hand of Cold. You see them taking out the Shockwave Hammer, trying to go up, trying to go over. They don't like this situation. They want more targets to try to go after, not just Acorn and Cold. But as soon as they get in front of them, they realize this is their best opportunity. Shots coming in from Mega in the distance. 141 below the damage threshold. Time is ticking for Zeus and Costa. They have to begin to go forward. Acorn and Cold, no, defense is the strategy. Huge shot's gonna be fired off. Backing down Zeus yet again. They cannot find anything, and you gotta give it up to both Acorn and Cold. They're not giving up any inches here in this situation. And there goes Mega. There goes Justice again, playing third party, squandering all their opportunities. Cold even taking part in that one, firing back onto Mega, adding more to her Storm Surge total.
It will look like a simple, contained little box fight between two teams. It becomes a much bigger battle in the story of which one of these will move into the top 10 after this game. See Cold and Acorn just biding their time again. Not being too overzealous, but I'm sure Cold will look for his opportunity. And for a moment there, he thought it came, but the hammer will interrupt that. Nevertheless, he'll hit the shots. That's what Cold does best, and he keeps it moving. Nice and easy done. Things were a bit awkward for a second, Jacob, but when Storm Surge started to tick and they started to hit their shots, everything pieced together perfectly for that team.
Yeah. You're just down on Surge in a situation like that. You really can't play that same game you've been practicing, and it just gets that much more annoying with third, fourth, fifth parties coming in. And they even stole away one of those eliminations from Cold and Acorn, even though they're going to get all the loot. But you see Kanata and Agers, Jelly Angler, Augment, trying to set themselves up. As Booga and Peterbot, they're trying to make up for lost time. Peterbot's going to go down, but Booga's there to save the day. They both get an elimination each.
Yeah, it's going to be good to see him pick him up. I was worried for a second there when we switched on over and you see Peterbot down, them two in a fight. This is a team you want to be watching. Box office duo, one of the best in the region. And a team that has been low-key doing well today, right? Not necessarily having the craziest pop-off games, just being ever so consistent. I'd like to think that one of these games will eventually be the victory royale for them, right? You always expect one to come at some point.
Yeah, that's the dangerous thing about a team like this is you don't really pay attention to them on the leaderboard. They're not really having those breakout performances, those 100-point games, but they're staying right there neck and neck with a lot of these teams. So exactly what you said, when that pop-off game eventually does come around, you probably see them sneaking away that first place spot as Acorn and Cold trying to work with the angles. They spot out Chubbs. They know Bryce is there as well. And they're so far out. Back down, reunite with Acorn. And they don't even really have to peak here in this situation. 861 above. They're just trying to pick and choose their battles.
Yeah, Max Mats brilliantly on Surge. It's an easy game for them if they play it right. And they certainly know how to. The mind of Acorn leading them forward.
Death and Tahi. Landing over towards Shattered Slabs against Muzz and Degen. Winning those fights more often than not. Being in a better position more often than not as Booga once again stealing away two more along with Peterbot. Honestly, this is the so far. They're really shaking up the leaderboard. And this is the position that you've seen them in last week. Games number 5, games number 6. They realized they had a top 10 position already clinched up. But you know a team like this, top 10, that means nothing. They want first.
And they can get first if they can recover in this one. This is a very scuffed situation for this duo. Low on materials, low on resources when it comes to their shields and HP. And a bunch of hungry Storm Surge teams all around them. A potential recipe for disaster.
All these teams, man, having to rotate far south. And that's the interesting thing. They're going to be rotating with Booga and Peterbot. That's another one of those teams that they're just waiting for somebody to get caught out in no man's land by themselves.
Pumping Trashy though. We saw what they did on height not too long ago, trying to get in here on Clicks and Donny. They were alert though, they don't let it happen, and so they're gonna have to move away. But on the other side, back in their old builds, Yomzo and Rise are waiting. You just see how the dominoes start to line up and fall in these games. One team tries to make a play on another, the other team is waiting for that team to return. It's an endless cycle, a vicious one at that. But fortunately, nobody going down. Players just resetting and looking to get to the zone. Of course, there is a long journey to go. Clicks and Donny looking to maybe run up this mountain. The stairs already there, leading them all the way up. They don't have that hammer, right, Jacob? So things a bit more awkward for them versus some of their adversaries.
Yeah, and they got a long journey ahead of them. Without that shockwave hammer, it's going to seem exponentially longer. They have to keep their eye on the prize. Donnie getting tagged up along the way. That's exactly what happens when you're forced to rotate these long zones. Acorn and Cold spotting a team next to him, trying to put that pressure on. Spotting out Agers on the side. You see Cold waiting, trying to line it up. Firing the shots, narrowly escaped that one. Agers didn't know what was coming.
Agers' timing there was impeccable. Because if he had just peeked out for a couple more seconds, half of his HP would have been depleted.
That would have been a perfect opportunity for them to go as well. It's Clarity and Caskers still having great performance throughout this week. Trying to continue it. 103 above the damage threshold, slowly sliding downward. A little bit of a feeling of comfortability knowing you're above, but knowing that your job isn't done just yet, all simultaneously amounts to them trying to find the information, trying to find somebody spotted out, putting some pressure onto Muzz, but quickly gets out of dodge with the shockwave hammer, but Muzz quickly is backed right back on up. Two players on two different sides, putting that pressure on. Clarity and Caster now know he's a solo, and this is exactly what you're going to see. They're in zone. They're trying to gatekeep him out. Continue that pressure on. They know it's only a matter of time before some of these shots sneak through. And down goes Muzz.
Yeah. There's only one thing that's going to happen in that situation, right? You do expect the player to go down. Clarity and Casca made that happen rather swiftly. A lot going on in our feed here. Plenty of players going down. He also took down Clicks and Donny before falling to Peterbot himself. What on earth is happening in this game? A lot of our top dogs are big names, all battling out against each other, fighting one another.
And for Clicks and Donnie, it's just kind of shows what happens when you don't have a shockwave hammer. You're stuck to rotate through those far zones as Vert and Walker's just trying to peek through. You know, they can pop off at a moment's notice. This is exactly what you were asking for, Levin. What happened? What kind of madness is this? The trade and downs, Rise is knocked. The Amzo trying to fire back. He gets not one, but two, but the powerhouse duo of Booga and Peterbot gets that last lap.
When you think you've done a brilliant job, and then you waltz right into the hands of a very hungry Booga and Peterbot. We talked about how they needed some sort of big refresh. And then just four knocked bodies all down there, just waiting, all the loot. I don't think they were able to get all of it because they're still not looking too hot, but at least much better than what we saw before. Pledge and TK might need to be careful of just exactly how they play. If this team decides they want to start fighting them, there's not going to be much they can do about it. Of course, though, waiting for that zone.
I like the switch up, though. Booga and Peterbot downloading their opponents, realizing, updating their game plan to match so. Gotta hope all these other teams are really taking note of their own position. This is the halfway point in the game. Reciprocal and Revised. They're one of the aggressive teams. So that's something dangerous to really watch out for as we inch closer toward this end game. And to really take note, he has the fishing rod, which got to imagine the Jelly Angler augment could play a huge role in his survival.
Jelly Angler. If the opportunity does arise, of course, there is a river there. So worst case scenario, something could happen, but I doubt it. I think he's going to have to focus on what he has and what he can pick up from players that he might or might not be able to elim. Canada and Ages, though, we've not been talking about them too much. Of course, they were the winners last week and looking to repeat again here today. A double bounce with the shockwave hammer towards that front side of the zone. There's a bunch of players who start to follow. An opportunity there almost arose for Canada to completely piece someone up. But he will keep looking and he will look to rejoin Ages. Oh dear, that's not looking too good for Reciprocal. Height completely chopped out. And so it looks like Clarity might actually look to take it. Him and Casca, we know how much they like to play towards it. And exactly what they will do, they will go up. Reciprocal and Revive, so they still are in this game. It's not up in the skies. Clarity and Casca, though, they currently hold that ground.
4 eliminations, 38 below the damage threshold. That goes to show how much chaos this lobby is really going through, and they find another one onto Reciprocal, probably down on HP. You got to take what you can get if you're Clarity and Caskers. You got to imagine when it comes to Storm Surge, that wasn't a lot to add to their total, but 820 above. Booga and Peterbot still holding strong, along with Trashy and Pump, 271. They found Rapid slipping. Serves is there. Whoa. Back to back at that. and it's going to be off to Pump here. He loses Trashy along the way. Now he's stuck as a solo.
Yeah, they're not on height this game, but that doesn't matter. They're still going to hit big shots. Pump, though, has to do it alone. We know that is a possibility. Peterbot is fallen, and so Booga and another solo clutch. We've seen him here many a time, and this is going to be one of the harder ones, down to so little in terms of mats. He only has the wood left, and the shockwave hammers, as good as they are, may not be enough to save him. And Cold might find himself in a similar situation as Acorn starts to fall.
You can see what happens while this chaos is going down. Shockwave hammers, Walker and Vert, they're trying to go up. Clarity and Caskers are going to be high in the sky. Mega and Justice right below them. Up the mountain it goes. Everybody is stuck down low. Revives backside of zone. Narwhal's down. Nexi trying to make miracles happen, just like Cold, who lost Acorn early on. 4 eliminations, finding the siphon just in the nick of time. A huge refresh in Maz. He gets himself a sliver, but down goes Cold.
The player count just keeps on dropping. These players are just being suffocated beneath this hill. Anybody who was able to get up earlier, they're able to survive. Pump, he's still in this one. He still needs to connect to something big. For Mega and Justice, they'll be very happy about where they sit right now. They weren't one of the ones that was toppled over. They still are still alive in this game, but the zone will pull back. It's going back down. There's some chance to breathe for all of those players. Not one for Mega, though. Absolutely ripped through by Clarity's pistol. This is exactly what you like to see him doing. Nyx will fall now as well. Clarity is on a tear. 10 eliminations all to himself.
You said it's exactly what you like to see, and if you're 11 the Prophet, it's exactly what you called out early in the game. It's inevitable. It's only a matter of time. Nexi into the box. He makes it happen against Death. Danger Hero trying to keep him alive, but he finally goes down. Clarity, Casper's dropping down low just enough. They have to refresh all of their resources if they're looking to hold on to this game.
Clarity, the performance of his life right now. That mythic pistol. It is not fair in his hand. Somebody take it away. We can't allow this man to keep on doing this. Anybody that peeks for even half a second just gets all their HP wiped away. Mega and Justice, they're going to have to go huge. They need to jump in a box together and hit some big, big shots if there's any hope for them, unless Big Clarity's going to come and stomp you. He comes, picks down one, looking for another as well. Mega might just have to fall. He's just behind one wood wall. Will he catch him? Vert's there as well. They run into each other. Clarity, I can't say it. I have no words. How has he done this? 13 and 14. Clarity EG must be stopped. I've not seen a player wipe out a lobby like that in a long, long time, Jacob. This is a whole new level.
If this was the global championship, I can imagine him standing up, looking for Chaos Gaming, saying anything you can do, I can do better. Wow, taking the single game elimination record. I am surprised. Levin, I'm not sure you can be surprised. You prophesized this.
I maybe did, but I didn't even foresee this. How on earth has he just walked through this lobby like that? What are we playing? Is this arena? Is this the FNCS major? He's making it look easy. Look at the shots he's hitting. I said we need to take the mythic pistol away from him. I mean, we cannot allow him to pick up again, or he's just going to keep on providing moments like this. Clarity, and look, props to Casca. Casca's impressed us plenty of times today, but the headlines will all be Clarity G. All alone almost, right? Picking up these limbs.
Casker's just probably sitting there. Great job. Good job. Great one. I'll get it. Don't worry. He's probably just cheering him up. That's a huge role. Kanata said himself in that interview. Having the confidence in your teammate is huge. Clarity and Casker showing what exactly is possible when you just have the teamwork making the dream work.
Hey, look. At least Casker was able to pick up the final one, right? It was like, you know what, Carrie? Put in all the work for this game, and then at the end, bam, I got you. I'm putting my work. We get the victory out at the end of the day. We've seen this team playing for height in so many of these games. They weren't quite able to get it, but here in game 4, putting on one hell of a shot.
I'll be asking, was it enough to take away first place in those leaderboards? Luckily, we have 3 of the best analysts to break it all down.
Okay, I'm gonna freak out, but give me 1 second first. Let me introduce the best taco. She'll be joining us as analyst for the last 3 games of the day. Okay, unpause. Clarity G! Casker! What the heck, man? What an impressive showcase. And this is why I asked the question, like, before this last game. That mythic pistol, man. all these duos are looking to prioritize putting that in their loadout. It just has so much rate of fire. It just does so many things for these players.
It does. Every single player is wanting to prioritize his pistol at the moment. And in game number 3, 8% of the eliminations actually came from pistols, which is the highest number of eliminations or percentage of eliminations from a pistol in NA East FNCS history. So we are seeing pistols being used more than ever. I mean, Taco, this is crazy.
As if making FNCS history wasn't enough. I mean, poor Chaos Gaming. He got to hold the individual elims record for all of one match. And then Clarity G just absolutely annihilating the lobby. Kudos to the Mythic Pistol, of course, but also impeccable height take, perfect positioning. And let's not kid ourselves. That zone pull cannot have been more beautiful for Casker and Clarity G. Just watching all of those duos be forcibly wiped alongside of that hill while they just chilled at the top inside of those height layers. But I also have to point out the fact that Clarity G and Casker, I mean, they're dropping down from Breakwater Bay, making that south side rotation, and a lot of these zones have just been on that west side of the map, and these two have really been taking full advantage of it.
Yeah, they really have. And you mentioned the high ground take right there. Absolutely done to perfection from this duo. What I noticed about what they were doing is they were connecting so much. This is an absolute masterclass in how to play high ground. They were just prioritizing connecting. Any build that they can connect to, they were building. They were building the wood onto it, building the brick, building the metal, because we know that the hammers can cause some chaos down below. And if you're not well connected up on high ground, your time up on high ground is over. And they just put on an absolute show as to how to take that and how to hold it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Clarity G's been a long-time competitive player, right? This is reminding me of Clarity G from the days of old. I'm not saying you're any bad or anything like that, Clarity G. I'm just saying, hey, I'm great to see you perform like this, my gosh. And of course, Casker, he was there, but I think what Casker did well was he was creating opportunities for Clarity G. He was, you saw it in the last clip there, he was on one wall, forcing both duos to be like, well, this guy's in front of us. And then Clarity G's like, okay. I mean, you know, he's just absolutely insane. Now, take a look at the standings. They're jumping way up there, right? Take a look, 297 points. I mean, I'm looking at you, Walkers. I'm looking at you, Vert. Are you guys going to be the ones that can catch them? Because right now, I don't know.
They're still within that threshold. I mean, 276 placement points so far. Excuse me, in-game points. It's enough for them to play catch-up. And obviously, these teams, they're trying to compete for those placement points because they want to be able to collect the series points. Even if it's close-knit, you still have to appreciate the fact that I think Vert and Walkers have just maintained a lot of composure throughout these later points of the zones. And I think it's especially noticeable because they've been forced into a lot of these low ground positions due to the fact that we've been seeing the duos like Casker and Clarity G taking those opportunities to control high ground. And so the fact that they're still able to work their way seamlessly through those middle ground layers and still find resources in the underground is doing a lot of work for them.
Yeah, they've been really, really consistent today so far as well. They've been able to pick up those placement points where it matters. And Vert here clutching up as a solo. We talked about Walker's clutch as a solo earlier on. They're both pulling each other's weight, and that is exactly what you need to stay up on top here, because especially in this season, there are a lot of situations where you can get hammered out. You can get hammered out of your layer. Things can get a little bit split on the rotate. So being able to clutch up as a solo is absolutely almost more important than ever we've seen in Fortnite, because you can clutch up with a hammer as a solo very easily, but it's more often than not you're left as a solo. So Vert doing very, very well there.
So many duos just absolutely firing on all cylinders right now. This is what we like to see. This is the FNCS. Now, just remember, we have 2 more games.
We do.
I want them all to go like this, please. More pistols in everybody's hands. Mythic pistols, hand them out left and right. More shockwave hammers. Taco, you've been watching. You've been scouting. What do you have for us? What are you hoping to see in the last 2?
Honestly, I've been really impressed with Booga and Peter Boss' performance because out of the top 10 so far, they are one of the only teams that's having to go cross-country each and every single match so far, and yet they're still finding themselves within that top 10.
Yeah, that's a great point, because we talked about their adaptability earlier on. They are being forced to adapt as much as possible at the moment. They have been almost dealt the worst cards possible today in terms of zones, but they're playing them very, very well.
That's right. I want to see more Mythic pistol action. So let's get back to the FNCS.
Down, 2 more games to go. The last shot some of these guys have to have any trick underneath their sleeve to get whatever points that they can.
Hey, look, if it is the last shot, I know which weapon I want. The Mythic pistol, give it to me, because it is so, so strong. Clarity G cooking up one of the most beautiful performances I think we will see throughout this whole major. I am mightily impressed. I know everybody watching was mightily impressed. The expectations was too high now, right? Like, we saw, you know, Chaos Gaming do this the game prior, game 3. Game 4, Clarity comes out and breaks a record that was literally just set the game before. Will somebody come out now and break the record again? Who knows? Who knows? Expectations too high. Let's stay grounded for a bit, Jacob. A big last 2 games here for these players.
Yeah, and for some of these players, they've really taken that 4th game, the second half, knowing that their backs up against the wall. They took it serious. They've changed things up. You saw Booga and Peterbot get busy early, and this is game number 5. Those chances are out the window. It all or nothing in these last 2.
All or nothing. Who will pick it up? I am still lost for words after what we've just seen in these past 2 games. Incredible individual performances to be highlighted, and hopefully many more on the way. No, don't ruin the fun, Cam. Come on, Cam.
Hey, Casker's
don't
being
do
tested
this
right
to
now.
him.
He's being tested right now. Saw Clarity's big game. Casker's getting one at the end, but these are the ones that really matter. Off spawn, the entire tournament in terms of stealing first place on the line. A huge shot from Caskers to Cam. Now the pressure is there. Piece control going over. Caskers edits his way through. Not a ton of resources for Cam to work with. We got to imagine Clarity has not been cleaned up just yet. This is the chance for Caskers to go down and try to get the res, but I think he's forced to separate. Cam, this is his chance to try to look for that down body, get the siphon, get the refresh, and plenty to work with.
I'd love to see Casca win this out. He is getting pushed by Cam, though. And Cam is not the player you want pushing you, fighting you, but it looks like Casca knows where he is. He can line up the shot. Casca, ice in his veins. When his teammate needed him the most, he pulls up and comes up clutch. And they still have a chance in this one. Wow, brilliantly done.
5 more seconds. That siphon would have came through. He would have been at least able to defend himself. Users taking high ground. The heavy shotgun just laying waste to all these players, forcing them down low. A fight that these guys have been going at it all game long at the beginning. Visuals and Scope. The back's up against the wall this time around. Piecing going on over. Huge tack from the side. Scope with a huge angle. Visuals now getting pressured. Forced to back up. Polarized trying to break through. Not finding what he looks for. The trade is going to be there. Down to a 1v1. And Polarized stands tall.
Brilliantly done by Polarized. Big shots had to be hit there against Scope to Visuals, but that's not something he's afraid of by any means. And the revive comes through. Let's take a look, though, at how he actually got that first one. And the second. Using that burst assault rifle. Very, very well. Very calm as well. I like it in those sort of close range situations in early spawn fights. It feels very easy to control, and you can see exactly how effective it can be. I'm sure you'd rather have a shotgun, but it will work.
For them, anything's better than nothing. But that's that teamwork. His teammate really drained the shields, drained the HP with the heavy. He cleaned him up with well-placed burst shots. And once again, another situation where near seconds from that siphon going through would have kept him alive with a chance to kind of fight back. And you can see a huge switch up again. Peterbot and Booga, they got aggressive early on in that last game, trying to get whatever surge they can work with against Acorn and Cold. But this time around, back to that same game plan they had from game number 1.
Back to basics, back to square one. Will good old faithful pay dividends is the question.
I see Booga and Peterbot. Walkers and Vert. Only 2 duos to finish in top 10 in week 1 that are currently still in the top 10. The 20-something teams that entered in that didn't have that chance last week are really taking opportunity at its finest and capitalizing on making it this far.
I'm happy for them. I'm very happy for them, right? Because for people who don't know, coming into the FNCS Major this season, this team was the favorite in NA. They were the team that had performed the best in the Elite Cups. And they were the team that everyone thought would take the competition by storm, and having a heartbreaking start to the competition in week 1. This is definitely redemption for them. Maybe not quite at the level we saw in the preseason, but still boding very, very well here today. And who knows how these last 2 games will go and shape up the leaderboards. There's still always the opportunity.
Death and Tahi no longer going at it with Muzz and Djinn, trying to find their surge elsewhere, spotting a player into the distance. 43, giving away his position. The surge tags are so important for a lot of these teams. Returning fire, Tahi not getting tagged up, but continuously trying to put out the shots. Anything landing there is going to be a huge success. Even if it's just one, take what they can get. They realize this is going to be a little bit of an Eastern pull. Position is going to be more important than those momentary tags. They continue to look on, and this is some of the action we've seen go down very, very early on. Mega trying to get into the box, making it look easy. Gets a trade on one, and Justice is there to save the day. A little bit of bait and switch coming out.
Nicely done. Of course, we saw this team deep in last game, doing a great job of just staying alive in really tricky situations, right? And that's what you want to see from teams in those moments, right? When the going gets tough, not just falling over, rolling over, making yourself hard to beat. Violet and Empen in the feed go down, which is unfortunate for a team who, obviously, was very impressive only a couple games ago.
Walker, second place. This is worst case scenario in terms of Vert going down, other teams rotating in. If they spot you out as a solo, that could be the end of the run. And that could be the end of the opportunity to take over first place. So his survival here, nothing flashy at all, just hiding, could be instrumental as they continue on the rest of this game. One of the aggressive teams that we see trying to make up for lost time, Revives and Reciprocal, quickly take down Trashy, and that's a huge elimination for one of our top competitors.
Yeah, we saw Revives and Reciprocal last game. Their intentions to be a high ground team just didn't quite materialize. They got chopped out. But I'm sure they'll try and run it back this game, and they definitely have the best setup to do so in terms of what they're working with by the way of hammers and shields. Max out on materials as well. If they can just play this game the way they typically do, there's a good chance we'll see them again trying to play for height later down the line.
Rihan and Desi making one of the most exciting plays in quite a long time with the Shockwave Hammer, showing a various usage of it. Since then, leaving a lot on the table in terms of their placement, in terms of how they've been performing with the last two games. It's a chance to really make up for it. As time 1x, you see them get the 2 eliminations. Chaos Gaming trying to reunite, hold the cover, so that way they can try to get their shields back up. You see, right now they're in a situation to where 132 points, 5th game. If they have that same type of performance where Chaos Gaming had just a few days ago, they can instantly shoot up to the top of the leaderboard, because you already see them in, with the eliminations, 23 so far, some of the most eliminations in the game.
And I'm sure Chaos is plotting his revenge after Clarity completely stole his thunder, stole his shine by breaking the record he literally had just set a game ago. Imagine finding out you break one of like the craziest records in like your region. And, like next game, one guy just comes through like, nah, it's mine now.
You didn't even get a chance to tell your parents yet.
Didn't even get a chance to tell anybody other than his duo how happy he was.
Not a Nagers. And honestly, this is something I wouldn't say anybody would really expect out of them, but looking at the performance throughout the last 2 days, clutching up to even get this shot here in the finals. I expected that opportunity not to go down the way this has been so far, but there's one of those few teams, Canada, Agers, they can get aggressive, they can pop off at a moment's notice. They just have to kind of find themselves comfortable enough, separated from the rest of the lobby, where they can take a fight against just one other team. Okay.
And looking at the big men here, well, I say big man as Clarity G is down. So right now we're again relying on Casper to come with the goods in this game.
You can kind of see where the zone is. They're going all the way around. They still got more traveling to do, but for Caskers and Clarity, this is a good opportunity with those early game eliminations to really get themselves back into this game, get that second chance at life, especially as the zone continues to pull north. It is going to be the slower side of the zone, in theory, at the very minimum.
Yeah, and the boat rotation isn't bad. If you know me, you know I'm a big fan of them. So I'll definitely stand. Hopefully they can both get back in the game though. Of course, we want to see some more clarity magic.
Brutal Bastion, North Pole, static launch pads. This is going to be a great place for a lot of these teams to kind of move through, not only get their Storm Surge, but get the rotation as well. Aiden and Hound, 78 points. They realize elimination is going to be a must, and a huge find on a pump, taking him down. We saw Trashy get eliminated early on, so that duo is back to the lobby.
Back to the lobby they go. The game is far from over for this duo, Aiden and Hound. We've seen their trials and tribulations throughout today. A long journey to get to the safe zone, but one that will be aided, of course, by our good friend, the Shockwave Hammer.
Almost a must-have in everybody's inventory, whether you're solo or not. Cold and Acorn. And you can see the Falcon Scout. A huge switch up from a lot of these players usually carry. Probably trying to scout the information, scout anything that they can, but with all this action going down, Jenny, our eye in the sky, what do you have?
Yeah, so as we can see, last game, Clarity was crazy with that mythic pistol. We see here, Chaos got his hands on one, and it's going to be amazing to see what he's going to be able to do with it and what he's capable of.
You know what he's capable of? 11 eliminations. He's not liking that it was short-lived. That record that he set for just a quick game. He's trying to replicate that here. And having the Shockwave Hammer that early in the game is a huge item, a huge ingredient for that recipe of success.
I love how Chaos was like, you know what, Clarity? Watch what I can do, yeah? hold my mini shield. Watch what I can do. Then I get a mythical pistol.
And this is a situation right here, Levin, I didn't expect to see, but then again, it is Fortnite. They like to throw so many things at us. 335 below the damage threshold for Walker and Vert. This is one of our most aggressive teams on the week up until this point. Sitting high on the leaderboards. And you can see the aerialist augment to try to go ahead and get there as fast as possible in the zone. They have to start looking for that surge. They don't want to be on the receiving end of that damage coming in. $279 above the damage threshold. You got Jackson, you got D-Roller. Right now, they got themselves a great spot in zone. They're just peeking, trying to make everybody's life that much harder. They realize no matter what the number is above the damage threshold, you can never feel too safe. Vert getting warmed up as well, just kind of called them out along with Walkers. They're finding the eliminations. They're finding the surge that they needed to put themselves in a much better position. Tahi lost death early on in this game, but luckily for them, they found some damage before that one came to fruition, so Tahi at least has something to work with. And then the Shockwave Hammer. As a solo, having the Shockwave Hammer is huge, being able to bounce around, getting in and out of the boxes, in and out of dodge, and you can kind of see aftermath of this one. Vert probably saving the day, getting the elimination. 80 above the damage threshold, which is a huge turnaround, a big 180 from the position they were at just moments ago. And luckily enough, you guys are wondering, how did they get in this position? Well, we got a replay for you with Walker's already going down. A huge Excalibur shot going to be fired off by Vert to really save the day. Danger Hero Augment really playing a role for him to reunite with his teammate. And that's how you really turn the game around.
Time and Chaos, all eyes will be on them to see what their rebuttal to Clarity G and the Casca will be. Of course, they are still fighting in this lobby. This is one of the teams who, again, desperately needs a large amount of series points from today's competition if they want to be competing in the grand finals, or at least make it to Surge Week.
Peek into the cones, getting information. Mikey got spotted out. He tries to make a run for it. He gets caught in the hands of both Cold and Acorn, finding that elimination. 1,100 above the damage threshold. They realized they were at after each and every game, down on Surge, fighting for their lives. They said, let's get ahead of it this time. 1,000 is the number they chose.
Yeah, but look, it's not about how much Surge you have. It's about what you do with it. And right now, it's not looking great one bit for Acorn and Cold. Acorn, I said Acorn. Acorn is low on HP. Get some times to heal though. And a big pot will allow him to get back up as well. So the game's not completely lost, but again, for all their surge, they're not having the easiest of times moving through this lobby.
I like that Falcon scout on him though. Cold probably getting all the information of every duo, every team that is nearby. Bugha and Peterbot finally finding some sort of comfortability. One of the first times we're seeing them at tower built to the sky, just getting surge all around. With one elimination onto Peterbot, not too much to worry about with Bugha. Taking some tags, finding a position here to stabilize. Shield keg on him though, not too much to worry about before they get up into tip-top shape. But it's also going to allow them to continue to trade shots on every team below.
Yeah, and you'll love to see them maybe start to get a bit more aggressive in the way they peak. They don't need to, which is the funny thing, right? But with all these players deep in the storm, looking to run their way on, then there will be opportunities there. That guy, that's Ages. Oh, I was going to say, whoever that guy is, he is not having a nice time, like at all. And turns out it happens to be Ages who will fall. Canada, I'm sure, will not be the happiest boy in the lobby right now.
Just a switch up of mindset for him, along with Casker as well. Both Kanata and Caskers are just a solo, living in a duo's world. 38 above the damage threshold as a solo. No hammer in his inventory. A little bit of a scary sight, but we've seen what both of these players can do, or these Caskers with his back up against the wall. Mega and Justice. Shockwave hammers from below, trying to rebuild their base, trying to restabilize themselves in this position. But at least they know, at least Costa and Zeus is down there. It's not going to be surprised if they try that again.
Have to be careful about how they move with those guys beneath. They're going to be constantly aware of it though, constantly alert at the possibility, and the possibility comes, and it's a great thing that Mega had his flaws held out, because it just allows them to deal with this situation so easily. A hammer will be available for them and some mats as well to add to it. And now they're even looking to see if they can pick up Zeus, because they know he's going to be in dire straits. And Zeus is who they will find on the other side of some of these brick walls. The chase will continue and he will fall. I don't think they got the elim, but nevertheless, they will get his loot. So easy pickings there for Mega and Justice.
And for a team that we saw them try to take the high ground before. First you don't succeed, you try again. Shockwave even getting themselves a nice uncontested spot for now. There's a couple more teams still got to rotate in from Brutal Bastion. The choice is definitely there. Shockwave hammer, static launch pad, depending on what they see fit. But no matter it, they have to be careful. And you gotta imagine Acorn and Colt, that has to be their Falcon scout, spotting all these players around them. That's so important and vital for their success throughout the rest of the game, because they know, is this spot contested? Are these players above? Are these players below? And you gotta imagine Peterbot and Bugha just outside of that scan range as well.
Breaking norms and changing the game, that is their goal. Winning the game is also their goal, and it's the goal of everybody else in this lobby, I'd like to hope. For Bugha and Peterbot, their goal will be to continue to close the gap between them and first place. That is going to be achieved by picking up players like Clicks here in these situations that aren't looking too hot, aren't looking too strong. You can see he's cautious of the players around him, but there are also players looking at him and pressuring him. And eventually he will run out of metal if he just has to sit here and hold.
Yeah, Skizzy and Cyrus, players on the other side trying to put in that damage. Desi and Rehan trying to take the walls, backing Clicks back, trying to take the piece control, which is important. They're going to get one. Clicks taking damage from the other side. He's going to go down altogether. Struggles continue, but for Rehan and Desi, that huge miracle find. They needed that refresh. They needed the resources. Everything that they found here is crucial for their success.
Incredibly important. Oh my goodness. We talked about how it wasn't looking good for Casca. Now he's got a max distance zone and he's the sole person launch padding. It is not looking good, Brev. Yeah. Very fortunate that the terrain here will allow for some cover, but in almost any other part of the map there, he is right back in the lobby. Still alive in this one though. Alive and kicking. He has some mats to spare, so that should keep him going for just one more zone, you'd think, but eventually you would expect him to tumble If he hits the big shots, though, which we know he can, then who knows the possibilities, but definitely not expecting too much out of our boy Clarity there. I am expecting a lot out of Reciprocal and Revised, though, Jacob, because this is a team that has now, on many occasions, tried to play for height, hasn't quite got it right. But here, in Game 5, it doesn't seem like there'll be a better opportunity for them.
And this could be the one, especially due to the different terrains that we're about to see. Up elevation, down, the recycled builds, shockwave hammers. You see the Falcon Scout really still playing a role, switching that one on over to Acorn, the mastermind, the leader, gathering all this information, letting Cold know exactly where these players are at. And this is what they've been doing up until this point, innovating, changing the game right before our very eyes. Along with Bugha and Peterbot in their own way, really taking over week to week, setting elimination records in these qualifiers. 1,700 above the damage threshold, and they're not stopping or slowing down anytime soon. They're seeing all these teams having to rotate past them. Shockwave Hammer using that as an opportunity to break through, take down some of the shields, but somehow, some way, Reciprocal and Revise get the high ground taken away by Braids and Moo.
Braids and Moo. Who would have thought we'd see them here? After all the battles against Yomzo and Rise or Spawn, it never really seemed to materialize into anything brilliant. This is far from that, though, from Canada picking up one. And you know he doesn't have Aegis with him, but you might not need him. If that refresh can come in, if that siphon can come in, that will keep him ticking in this one, breaking through old builds. And just trying to stay alive, trying to stay out of sight, out of mind. But it won't happen. Yaz will clean him up. Tahi in a very similar situation. Reciprocal and Reviso. They will reclaim height. Can they keep a hold of it, though? It's been the ever-going question throughout all of the games we've seen them in. And a chance to push those guys even further down.
Yeah, not again is what they say as they just push them off. Bugha and Peterbot getting ready, just trying to knock this next player down. But a huge tag from Rehan, making Peterbot regret peeking at that time as Acorn and Cold, they're trying to break into a box of their own. They know Desi's already down. Rehan trying to get out with a shockwave hammer, leaving his teammate back and behind, but that's something you got to do. Sometimes you have to keep going as a solo if you're trying to make things happen and move up that leaderboard.
Yeah, you can see Yaz now, that aerialist, gonna allow him to just sort of glide through builds and drop down. Isn't working with much, and so just being able to stay hidden in the corner might not be too bad of an idea. Peterbot, though, he's not that kind of guy. He wants to be loud, make noise, take names, justice. He doesn't have Mega with him either. And now he's being hunted down, chased down. No augment's gonna keep him in this one. Acorn and Cold are just relentless right now.
That was a huge find at the perfect time for Acorn and Cold as they continue to stay above the curve, front side of zone. Anything is better than nothing, as Reciprocal and Revive is going to be one of the last teams standing, but they don't have the builds to hold on to it. They got a shockwave down to the front side of zone. They do just that. Revive with the pressure, making sure Reciprocal could do so with safety. That feeling is huge. As you see the battle going down, Acorn under siege. He's going to get dropped. It's all up to Cold. 1v2 situation. He's able to drop down one. Danger Hero able to get another one. Cold trying to put the world on his shoulders. Gets shockwave to the outside of zone. Back in he goes. Back to the scene of the crime to finish what he started, but he goes down.
Roken! Oh, dearie me, Cold almost picked it up. Revising Reciprocal, though, they're going to keep going crazy in this one. They have a chance, but maybe their chance will be limited. Assure is the one moving upwards. Peterbot now in this game. I said I wanted to see them come out and win a game at some point, and this might just be the one. They've come up at the perfect time. I don't know where it's come from, but every single time, Jacob, they seem to be here, and this is their moment. Jackson and D-Roller down below, not working with much. A big shot needed, but there are players there to be found. Chimp and Spade might walk into their trap if they're not careful, or with what they're working with. A couple big shots, and maybe this game flips its head. A big opportunity there. Player 5 Slam will walk right into their sights.
And just when you thought this game was hard enough, in comes the final boss with high ground. 8 eliminations so far. Looking down low, seeing everybody get pressured. Peterbot's gonna be the hunter, the guy ready to seal the deal. Down goes Spade, down goes D-Roller. 2v2 for the end of this game, and down goes Chimp as well. Peterbot and Bugha rise to the occasion and take the game.
It was only a matter of time until it happened. But here in Game 5, they showed up and showed out. A victory out for a team that has been so impressive all season long. We've talked about some of the big dogs maybe not quite impressing us to the standard. These guys have showed up when we've needed them the most, and they win here today in this game, and they'll continue to close the gap on first place and maybe even take first place for themselves after that win. A brilliant display. And Peterbot, that guy we talk about in the final moment, dropping down, picking up that limb, he's never scared of those kind of moments.
I'm going to have to pick your brain some more. You called Caskers, you called Clarity. The inevitable was bound to happen. You said Peterbot was the final boss. Well, guess what? Game over for everybody else in that lobby.
Serious final boss energy for my guy Peterbot. That's what he does. And of course, with Bugha by his side, you can never go wrong. This is a serious duo to be reckoned with. I am very impressed by these guys. I want to know how impressed, though, are Zeke and the rest of the analysts.
I think I'm impressed that we got to witness a game in which Clarity G didn't just demolish everybody. That's what happens.
Yeah.
The lobby decided that man's too powerful. Okay, someone go slow him down. And this is the result. It's then Bugha and Peterbot are like, oh, there is no other force to stop the immovable object.
Part of it as well was just the fact that for once we didn't have to worry about Peterbot and Bugha actually having to go entirely across the map. They were able to just make that smooth rotation up to the north side since the zone did pull over towards Brutal Bastion. So for them coming out of north side Slappy Shores, it was all too easy pickings. But more importantly, if you compare this finals performance in week 2 to their qual days of days 1 and 2, they had 5 out of 19 matches where they were actually in the top 10. But today has been a complete 180 of their performance. It has been all about the placements for these guys. And now here, able to secure the Victory Royale with 90 limbs on top of it. We saw them secure so many limbs throughout the qual, so it's no surprise really to see them bring it here today.
Yeah, almost uncharacteristically sort of consistent for this duo, right? We've seen them performing off spawn. We had a little bit of a difference off spawn this time, of course, not having that contested drop on the south side, so they are having to play a little bit more carefully. They are having to play a little more calmly, and they're proving they can do it. Of course, moving up to second place, they're doing very well.
I mean, when you're sitting on 1,700 Storm Surge, I think anybody can be poised to win a game after that. Let's take a look at our standings once again. Caster and Clarity G, they got snuffed out early on that last game, okay? That's why we say, everyone else saying, okay, hold on. We want to climb up those standings. We want to catch up. Peterbot and Bugha moving up as well. Walkers and Vert get moved down with Trashy and Pump as well. Acorn and Cold, another dude we like to highlight. They're moving on up. I mean, if you told me this is how the day would have began or ended, I think I'd believe it.
But if you told me that Cold was going to be clutching for the time of his life in this last match, it would not have surprised me all that much. The fact is, he went back to the battlefield over and over and over again. It's impressive that despite all of the chaos that was ensuing around him in this low ground action, despite not having Acorn by his side in those final moments, he was still able to secure placements and E-limbs consistently. And I think also what happened to catch a couple of duos off guard was just the fact that he was willing to attack as an individual.
Yeah, that shouldn't come as any surprise to anyone that's looked at Cole play in the past. He is one of those players that can clutch up as a solo. Such a powerful fragger, quite possibly the best on the region. And what I really like about the way this duo dynamic worked is that we saw them use that Falcon Scout drone early on in the game. We saw them scouting out. I think it was Acorn that was using it, and he didn't have to fly. He just had to use it as an almost third member. We had a little trio going on there. So we had the Bird, we had Acorn, we had Cold, and the Bird was just doing the scouting. So they were able to gather as much info as possible. And of course, when you've got Cold along your side, you're just like, Cold, you go eliminate all those players down there. I'll do all the scouting, and I'll focus on the rotates.
I mean, a great place to be, man.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
not bad.
I think the highlight of week number 2 has been there's just so many different duos that are kind of shining lights on different aspects of the game and really molding their play style to be like, hey, this is how I want to play Fortnite. This is how I want to go up those leaderboards, and it's working out for so many of them, especially faces that we're not even really familiar with, getting that opportunity to shine as well. Yeah,
one of which, of course, D-Roller and Jackson. One of the duos that we haven't really highlighted too much going into this, or even highlighted too much at all during this FNCS. D-Roller, one of a very experienced player, of course, played for so long. Jackson J, another one of those players that not many people would have heard of, but we're seeing them popping off, Taka. They're doing really well.
Part of the contributing factor to that today as well might also just be the fact that we've seen so many single high E-limit performances, but as far as Jackson and D-Roll are concerned, this is a great opportunity, I think, to kind of close out the day with some momentum. They've already had a +7 in terms of jumping inside of the leaderboards themselves. The fact that they're able to secure the top 10 heading into the final match of the day could be huge.
That's right. One game left to go. Remember, We're playing for series points. At the end of the day, whatever this looks like will translate to a separate leaderboard. And from there, we start to look at that top 40, right? A lot of these duos are thinking, I don't want to go to Surge Week. I don't want to have to get a Victory Royale or do something to try and make it into Grand Finals. They want to find themselves in these top spots. What are we hoping, man? With one game left, what are the things? What do we got to do, right? What do we got to do to find ourselves in that top 10?
Lots of things are happening, lots of things are going on. All the things are going on, and it's close at the top. Pistols, there's those. There's lots of Falcon Scouts coming
every
out.
pistol.
You know, double
Six pistols.
6 pistols. Imagine holding 6. That'd be quite impressive.
That'd be me.
Only 5 inventory slots, so holding 6 would be impressive.
That'd be me.
That would be you. You'd find a way.
I'd find a way.
Always finds a way.
What do you think, Tago? What do you think?
I just think that it's awesome getting an opportunity to kind of see some of the newer duos actually surface in the top 10 because I don't think it's very easy, especially when you think about the qualifying process that leads into these weekly finals. So here, I think, is really a standout opportunity for these teams to kind of just finish strong.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we hope you all have we hope you've been enjoying all the action. I was thinking about the 6 pistols once again. I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. But, hey, last game on the day here for NA East. One last ride. Here we go.
Game number 6. Fun time's over, Jacob. You have to put in your all in this last game. The players have been putting on a show for us today. All at different times, different highs, different lows. But in game number 6, you have to put on your best.
Yeah, and this is going to be a huge 3-horse race. And you got to give it up to both Burt and Walkers. Last week, they had struggles when it came to Storm Surge. And let me tell you, those struggles were real. This time around, they flipped that thing upside down. Not only do they take away those struggles, they've taken over the lobby in terms of their aggression.
Look, one of my favorite parts of the last game is who will come out on top in their off-spawn battle, right? It's been a long, jarring fight between whoever the duo is. But in the last game, that's where you almost get all the bragging rights. You almost get to say, look, regardless of what happened before this one, we won the one that counts. I got my eyes on all of the different battles you've seen all throughout the map. Some of the more 50-50 ones, some of the more slower paced ones. It's been a whole different bunch to watch from.
Yeah, and honestly, I always talk about the teams that are lower on the leaderboard, what they're going to do. Everybody else at the top of the leaderboard, we got to do it. Business as usual. Battle bus is ready. Game number 6 is upon us, Levin. And we talked about chances for some of these teams. That 3-horse race at the top. It almost does something like mental gymnastics. Do you continue with that game plan? Do you make those risky plays that got you this far? Or do you play a little bit more passive? Do you turtle back, make it to the end game, and try to have your last chance to take first place at the end of the day? Bragging rights, series points, and a shot at the grand finals comes down to this moment. And for Yamzo and Rise, it looks like another contested drop against Braids and Moo.
Who will come out victorious? Yomzo and Rise, once again, not having their best of days. It's not been how they would have wanted it to go. And that's all at the expense of Braids. The thing is, though, neither team have done particularly well. And so you almost have to wonder, is this off-spawn fight worth it? Nobody really comes out on top the winner. Of course, Moo and Braids doing slightly better today, but again, side by side.
I think at this point, it's a battle like, this is our drop spot. Try to run you out, and it does look like Moo and Braids, they're going to continue what they've been doing. They take away a lot of this loot from that landmark, and they immediately try to disengage, go over towards this gas station, and get even more loot. That leaves Yamzo and Rise just a really peculiar position of where are they going to get their loot from? What path are they going to take? What position are they going to be forced into?
But the question is, right, with both of those teams, of course, making it here in week 1 and week 2, you've got to think that regardless of where they place, their series points are going to be looking rather good. If they can both make it here again, I think in week 3, we'll probably see the exact same thing.
Massacre and Clarity, apparently in first place. They already have 2 eliminations right out of the gate. A huge way to start their game. And we kind of seen this one already. The huge fight, the relic shield being used. Chubb's really thinking outside of the box to try to save the day. And it works! It works, Levin. Can you believe the magic we've seen today?
I can't believe it, Jacob. Look, there's no situation where I expect to see the shield being used effectively. And so I'm glad we got to see it. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Seen so many things today that you don't see every day, and it's all happening right before our very eyes with Mega and Justice and another off-spawn battle, trying to boost themselves up the leaderboard, trying to gather those series points. Even though for some, first place is out of reach, it's about getting that auto qualification into the grand finals. As Justice goes down, Mega's now on the run. And Eoxy and Swirl, they have that high ground. They're able to gather that information. You see Qual, you see Jock, they're nearby as well. It's going to be hard for Mega to try to get his teammate back into this one. So it almost leaves the question, do you go on as a solo or do you just bide your time with the amount that's actually left on the reboot?
Well, she's using this Falcon Scout just to get a better picture of what's going on here at 40 splits.
Uh-oh.
Trend we're seeing in these games. You know, we do have a bit of a sneaky beaky like play being cooked up here, and I think Eoxy actually is very aware to what is happening, and so we will be able to create some space, create some distance. Nevertheless though, I won't stop these guys from hitting a couple shots of their own.
Nice sneaky attempt there though from ducking a Cryptid. Swirl saw that one at the last possible moment, and while that action went down, Quan Jock finished off the duo of Mega and Justice. Their run in game number 6 comes to an end. You can see Kanata and Agers in the distance, just trying to peek through, gather some shots. Not going to be the main focus, but anything they can get now in this position is going to be bonus. This is how they were able to find it. Instantly getting that piece control. Mega was already by himself. He was farming up. Probably didn't hear them down there. And what a surprise attack indeed.
Never what you want in the last game, right?
No, not in the last one at all.
Because you can't even come back. You can't even be like, let me fight back. It's just wraps. So I'll run it back next week, make it through 2 rounds again, which aren't easy, by the way. A lot of people watching at home have been trying themselves.
From Relic Shield to this side of the map, Zeus and Costa there as well. Little disengage going down. This is the final game. For some of these teams, they didn't make it here last week. They don't have that comfortable position of being high up on the series board leaderboard. So even though first place might be out of reach, it's all about gathering everything that you can. You can see why some of these teams are disengaging. Pledge, Peely's Plunder, trying to find that buried treasure. And you can already see that they loot. It's just capping themselves off, getting that little bit extra that they need to continue on in this game.
Yeah, if they can get this Peely's Plunder, it doesn't really look like they need it, right?
No.
In terms of the loot he's working with. Either way, it wouldn't be too bad. Maybe some extra shields would be nice.
I like how his teammate going ahead, making sure it's safe before they go and start to dig for buried treasure. Trashy and Pump. Little bit of a misstep, getting taken down earlier than they hoped in that last game. That's a huge speed bump in their road to first. But hey, we've seen things happen where a team can get 100 points in a singular game while the top 3 goes down early. In fact, we've seen it last week alone as Shadow firing off a huge shot. Danger Hero now playing a role. Slurp Juice going to be popped. And that's going to keep himself going, especially combine that with the Slap Juice. Getting himself back up to 200. He just needs the time to stabilize here. And in a 2v1 situation, he definitely has all the time in the world. Casey just building height, trying to defend himself. Sphinx on the other angle. 2 is always better than 1. Edit's going to go through. The higher they go, the mightier they will fall. He quickly tries to get out with the Shockwave Hammer, but the shot's now firing off. He doesn't even make it back to the ground, but he made it back to the lobby, that's for sure.
Give that man a map. Where are you going? AV caught in the sky. And we'll have to hit the drawing board and come back next week stronger.
Ooh.
That's a stat, isn't it? 6-0 off spawn. That is what every player wishes to be when they're contested. That is the dream. That's what you go to bed thinking about the night before the competition. Can we win all of our games off spawn? A bit of a change here. Seeing Peterborough and Booga this far up north. But they're making teams pay, picking up pair of limbs here at Lonely Labs.
Yeah, I like that, though. They realize it's the last game. You can't just hope for your opponents to have a bad one as Peterbot getting that quick piece control. A huge tag on his side, but quickly maneuvers in and out of these covers to take down Ego. I said it almost looked like he had very little help from Booga in that last one-on-one. But they joined Trashy and Pump with a victory royale in back-to-back weeks. And this goes to show why the Fortnite community was right. That is a scary duo to look out for.
Of course, I think the scarier thing for Acorn and Code will be they'll be thinking, oh, no, what's happened to this duo? We had to worry about all of our games, how they'd impact us, how they'd look to try and maybe push us and antagonize us. Nowhere to be found.
Austin Zeus putting the pressure on Mikey and smacked. They already got those 2 eliminations from off spawn, but since it was directly off spawn, they only got about like 200 when it comes to total surge damage, so it's not a comfortable feeling as the Arm Zone rise. They have a little bit of height, firing down from above, taking some shots as they continue to trade off, but that's not going to be enough as Mikey and Smack go down. The angles from 2 different duos, it's just too much pressure to outlast.
Can this be a redemption game? I'm not going to put too much pressure on them because ultimately the performances haven't quite matched the level I think we all know they're capable of. But a big game here from the Arm Zone Rise, something that really just moves them up them standings, would go a long ways in terms of their series point total. And especially since there aren't necessarily specific spots to qualify for finals. For everybody, it's just all about doing as best as you can to gain those extra incremental points for the series point leaderboard.
What's great is when it comes to the 6th and final game, this is the most center zone that we're going to get in Fortnite. And so for a lot of these teams, whether you're landing on the outskirts or for your game plan, as Jackson and D-Roller try to take control of these pieces. Huge opportunity for any of these teams in the distance, though, to try to land his tags as he drops him down low. Jackson almost goes down. D-Roller's there to save the day. And that's a huge save because it looked like Nut was going to go crazy.
Yeah, and these guys want to stay in the top 10, right? They want to keep their position in the standings. And so they'll try their best. Could be a season-defining elim for them, depending on how things go, right?
Yeah. Zenpen and Viola flying through the sky. They got those eliminations and got right on out. How do they get eliminations, you ask? Well, Narwhal was simply trying to get away. And when you're flying through the sky with a shockwave hammer like that, it's exactly what happens. Even though it was kind of a tag team effort for that full duo to go down, you still get the points.
Yeah, I feel like we have seen a bunch of brilliant plays with the shockwave hammer today, but we've also seen where it can be a weakness. When you are very low, you're trying to just scurry out. You are just so visible for all of these players who are top aimers, work on their craft every single day. This is not great at all. Faulty Splits has not been as easy sailing for Canada and Ages as it was last week. And understandably, right, it's one of the best POIs in the game. There's so much loot, just an incredible abundance of loot. So many of these teams and players. Now it's been very tough to deal with. Is that Booga?
I was just about to say, they're all at this point.
How are they here? What? Ah.
They're taking notes of how they performed throughout the qualifiers. And we see exactly how that one came to fruition. Ager's trying to farm up, thinking he's by himself, gets spotted out of position. Swirl and Aoxy, a huge turnaround from the day that they've been having. Better late than never, because every series point matters.
Key to survival, the Faulty Splits. It's to never split, and to always assume that there's somebody else. You are never alone in that POI, it feels. Spade and Shimp. Again, we've seen them in a couple endgames, but no crazy pop-off moments. I know you're very big on this duo and you want to see them do well, Jacob. You think they have what it takes in this last game to have that big game, move them up in the standings?
I think in terms of placement and getting to the end game, I do, because that's some of their biggest strengths. in which I talk about consistency. It's those pop-off games. And we've been talking about it. A couple of us here and there have been talking about it. And you see it in the different regions to where getting into the top 10 on a consistent basis just simply isn't enough anymore. It's like the new era of play to where aggression is what's winning these tournaments, which is getting first place in a lot of these occasions, and which is why you're seeing a huge change-up from game number 1. Bugha and Peterbot down on Surge, trying to scavenge any bit of damage they could look for, to game number 6, all over the lobby, trying to pick up elimination after elimination.
Wreaking havoc, right? Just being an issue for everybody, and that's what we talked about at the start of the day when we said, look, some of these teams are going to be very, very confident and very knowing that regardless of where they finish today, they most likely will be playing in the finals because of the series points they've accrued. Bugha and Peterbot are definitely in that position, and so they can almost just play a bit free-nilly, run about, have some fun with it, and ultimately just cause issues for anybody else, right? There'll be players in this lobby sweating, shaking, trying to have the best game possible.
Can you imagine that? Trying to get into the top 10, trying to get these series points that we keep talking about. Then in comes Bugha, in comes Peterbot to ruin your game.
And not just any Bugha and Peterbot, and completely unhinged Bugha and Peterbot. Very, very scary prospect, and one that the lobby is having to face. For Casca and Kaiti, I feel like everything there is to be said about these guys has been said so far with how they performed.
And it leads me to kind of think and have this interesting thought in my head. Cascas and Clarity, they have first place for now, right? They have 2 eliminations. That's that off-spawn eliminations that we saw very, very early on. But with Bugha and Peterbot getting elimination after elimination all over the map, if you see that in the leaderboard, do you think that affects their game plan?
I don't think so. I think these guys will be very assured of themselves and confident in that. Look, we've done what we need to do today. Let's just play our game. We can't allow ourselves to be focused on what other people are doing. I think there's no reason to be reactionary if you're in their situation. You just keep playing your game. It's been working so well.
I trust you at this point.
I hope so.
You can go ahead and guide me anywhere. I'll blindly follow as Kanata's trying to make something happen by himself. 95 above the damage threshold. It's a comfortable position for him for now, but he knows Ducky's a solo. You got to go ahead and take advantage of the opportunities while you can. Shots coming in, pressure from all angles. Kanata goes down to Swirl. Saving Ducky, though, but at the same time, that's still not the best position you want to have happen because you're 45 below the damage threshold. Taking out Kanata yourself would have been a blessing.
Yeah, but listen to what you just said there, mate.
Taking down Kanata.
Taking out Kanata by yourself, I don't think that was going to happen. I don't think that was a possibility.
Good point.
So I'm sure he'll be very pleased with the third party coming in. It's allowed him to have a bit more breathing room in this game, an opportunity to shine, maybe. And if not shine, at least just survive and rack up some placement points.
Demonics and Nick down below Storm Surge. Shield's gonna get cracked. Danger Hero now trying to save the day. He doesn't have any resources, no heals, and no chance as he's sent back to the lobby. A life-saving opportunity for Surge and Rapid to get back into the game, but Shoni and Polo don't want to give him that opportunity. They want to strike while the players are weak, while their HP is low, as TK and Pledge, 1,100 above the damage threshold, taking advantage of all these players who are down on Surge, attacking as that third party. 6 eliminations, that put themselves in a great spot.
Yeah, they might look for more here. Hammer comes through, and they are looking to try loot up.
Good find.
Not too shabby.
Continue to look around. Pledge is going to go ahead and lead that charge, find themselves a little base. And there goes Vert. That's Vert going down. And he didn't get just knocked. He went down and back to the lobby. Their run is over. Their chances at first are out the window. And they can only fall down the leaderboard, Levin.
Yeah. And we've already seen some of the games some of their competitors are having. They might start dropping fast. Very, very fast. Gonna have to watch from the sidelines and cross their fingers and hope nobody pops off too crazy. But like you said, it is inevitable that they will start to fall. And Trashy and Pump, they might be a team that will do their best to displace them.
The next best teams to be able to get that opportunity. Tonier and Polo just trying to inch themselves into the zone. They haven't found that sweet spot just yet, but trying to get into the box. Serves is able to get knocked on the one, but then becomes the focus of the lobby. He gets taken down, and at the end of that one, both of the players are stuck as solos.
Polo down to bare bones. Only 1 mini remaining. That will get him up to 50 shields, but no materials are left. A launch pad and some berries. But again, losing the shields he had for them. Not the best situation by any means there.
299. At one point or another, I know they were about 20 of overtaking that first place spot, and with Burton Walker's going down from a 3-headed race to just down to 2 teams with the best chances to take that top spot. And that's the consecutive week for Bugha and Peterbot. They want to outperform last week, and the only way to do that is to take the first place spot altogether. As Acorn and Cold trying to move up the leaderboards as well, they have a great shot of venturing into that top 3, especially with this unorthodox play, really utilizing the Falcon Scout.
Again, putting it to work. These guys are another team that are very much within a chance of overtaking Walkers and Vert and moving up.
Shockwave hammers causing a little bit of chaos, dropping down Acorn and Cold, but not too much to worry about. They scanned everybody nearby. They knew exactly how many teams were there. Spotting those players Shockwave hammer out, that was the exact information they needed. Now they can make their own rotation.
Casca and Clarity, they sit at the top of the mountains. In terms of the standings, here in the lobby, they sit amongst many of the men, all fighting it out. Trashy and Pump. We've seen them in elevated situations before, and they had such spectacular games. One of the better high ground teams today.
This is huge for any of these teams that may have popped forecast at this stage of the game. Save in the augment. Get the last 3 zones that allow you to stay ahead of the zone, or at least ahead of the game in terms of information. 9 eliminations for Pledge and TK. They're trying to stay ahead of the curve. Gather those series points. Peekaboo, ICU. Rokane with a huge shot, taking down the shields of Pledge. Danger Hero popping off, but you can see Rokane and Joji not going after that one. Do you agree with that one?
Playing it patiently, right? No need to overextend.
Okay. Zone Rise, just trying to find anything. Piece control is going to be important in this close proximity. 311 above the damage threshold. And for Peterbot and Bugha, neck and neck, right there with first place, just trying to top themselves off before this next rotation. You already spotted out many downfalls of the Shockwave Hammer if you get caught that backside of zone. 28 points. That's going to be the difference between first and second place. Cold and Acorn, they're still trying to move into that top 3. No Shockwave Hammer to their name. It's going to be difficult.
And that's a big mountain to climb. Clarity and Casca, as long as they just stay alive for as long as possible, it probably will be a mountain too tough to climb. And I say stay alive, they are looking pretty nice in this game, and so who knows? Don't rule out an opportunity for a win. Pledge though, he's fighting and he's fighting hard. Rokane gets knocked and Joji will follow. That's going to be 2 for Pledge, and that's the 11th from the game for this duo. 7 for him, not too shabby. We're going to see Height being chopped. That's been a theme of today's games over and over again. Height changes hands. But for Skizzy and Cyrus, they'll be hoping they can hold out for the rest of this game. Pledge, though, he's still on the move, still on the hunt. We already saw him pick up 2. Cold and Acorn down in the dirt. It is not looking good at all. Very low on HP.
Stuck in the mud, trying to fight their way through. This is going to be a huge opportunity if they can find a few seconds to pop that big pot. But the lack of Shockwave Hammer makes their journey that much harder, as they're still trying to find themselves into the top 3. A much better performance than than they did in that last week. The Cold out of builds, out of time, out of teammates as well, as Acorn gets found out by Polarize. This is the second I was talking about, but not going to be able to use it. Still trying to find that refresh. Hot on the heels. He comes out on top. A huge find for him. He gets the siphon and gets the resources.
Booga and Peterbot, though, look where they are in this lobby. Up above the rest of everyone. In the skies, they sit ready, looking for the back-to-back victory royales. And it's certainly not impossible. Since we watched Pledge, he's still been a bit quiet. Cold, though, still moving through this one. Just the one build, but all he needs is that shotgun in his hand. Gets chopped down, hits a big shot, but it doesn't materialize. The Yomzo and Rise, they're still moving in this game. Still, though, such low HP. We saw them on low ground way earlier before, and they couldn't really make anything of it. Carrie and Casca, they're still kicking in the backside of zone. Peterbot and Booga getting chopped above. A lot of the big dogs still in this one, but nobody looking stronger than another. Booga, Peterbot, look at them. They were on height, sitting pretty, and now they're clutching for straws.
Danger once again playing a huge role. TK and Pledge, they go up. Shockwave hammers being put to full use. The pressure is there. Peterbot not going down without a challenge, but he might have to concede this one for now. But he's hot on the heels of his opponent, battling back and forth between him and Pledge. Up goes TK yet again. The damage has been done. Peterbot will not be stopped. Back to back, he makes miracles happen with 2 straight eliminations, keeping him and Booga afloat.
Peterbot is a different gravy. He cannot be stopped. It doesn't matter who it is. Chaos has shown us what kind of player he is as he takes down first place. Casca falls to the wayside. And now a chance for Chaos to shine once again in these lobbies. Pump, another one of the teams that has been so impressive throughout today. Some of our best performers, some of our best players in this lobby, all battling it out now. Booga's falling off. And so it's time for Peterbot to really showcase what he can do here. The hammer play to stop him from taking full damage as he drops down here. 1 or 2 builds left. And a big shot from Chaos. How does he keep doing it? All throughout today's games, showcasing the skill, the talent, the levels of complete and utter dominance. But will he be able to stop Trashy and Pump here? In a 2v1, he might just do it. He's up against Pump, but no. Pump will do it. He will pick up Chaos, but for a moment, Jacob, we thought he was going to go out with a bang. I cannot believe my eyes. Today has been so impressive. All 6 games, none of them disappointing here.
Yeah, you got to give him credit. Trying to steal away the show from Trashy and Pump, but they seal that deal. Huge victory royale. Great amount of eliminations for them. But where do they stand on the leaderboard? That's the biggest question. Where anybody really stands at this point. Taking down Chimp, taking down Danny, line them up, knock them down like they're playing a game of bowling.
Please tell me we get to see that Chaos shot again onto Peterbot, because that was utterly insane. That was one of the best shots we've seen all day long. How many times has he provided us with those kind of moments? Pump, though, does close it out for a moment. For a moment, we thought we could do it. Trashy with 2 thumbs up. You love to see it. They've done a brilliant job today, Jacob. Very consistent throughout all the games, and they close out the day on a high.
Yeah, and I love that. Trashy and Pump. When you kind of look at them throughout the first 5 games, cold. They have no sort of emotion on their face. As soon as they sealed the deal in that last one, it's time to celebrate.
Look, job's finished, right? Jobs wasn't finished back then, but the job is finished now. They are sitting pretty as the victory royales for that game number 6. Where does that leave them in the standings? So we knew they were one of the teams that was fighting, pushing. With how good Clarity G and Casca did, I don't know if anybody will be able to take first place, but the people that definitely will have the answer are Zeke, Mini, and Taco.
Thank you so much, Levin2K, Jacob PR. Shout outs to y'all. Crazy set of matches here in NA East. My goodness, so many things to cover, so many duos to highlight. First, I want to kick it off easy. Booga, Peterbot. My gosh, coming into game number 6, I feel like they had a couple things to prove, right? And I feel like they did.
Yeah, it's funny. You talk about Booga and Peterbot as having a team with something to prove, but I mean, they've just done a little bit of a U-turn on what they were used to doing at Attaco today. They've just been consistent. They've been able to pick up eliminations. They've been able to pick up some refreshes where it mattered most. And, of course, just getting victory royales. This is absolutely perfect from this duo.
But these guys, they were just completing heist after heist as far as taking height was concerned. And granted, they weren't able to actually sustain it throughout the entirety of these final moments. But at the same time, it's just the fact that Peterbot, I think, was riding completely off of momentum towards the end there as soon as he was able to secure the back-to-back refreshes. And not only that, but even leading into that instance, we saw Peterbot and Bugha kind of splitting their responsibilities in terms of who was toggling, securing resources from those mid and lower layers, and then staying on top of height as well to keep security, to make sure that the premises weren't being challenged right away.
Yeah, you might as well call them War and Peace because they were sky high that whole game. We take a look. They have moved in to the #1 spot, but it ain't that easy, okay? Because Casker and Clarity G, it's a tie, baby, all the way at the top. The difference being the placement points, but on the other end, it's the elims, right? I think if someone said this is how the day was going to end, I wouldn't believe it. I'd be like, okay, sure. But my, oh my, what an end to week #2.
What an end indeed. 2 eliminations better than Casker and Clarity G is the difference between these two duos. Both of them, of course, having a victory royale. And these are two duos that have been performing at their best today. We've seen a few instances where maybe Bugha and Peterbot were thrown a few different difficult cards. And, of course, they have played it to perfection. Particularly Clarity G. What a performance from them too.
Casker and Clarity, though, they can definitely thank Chaos Gaming for ensuring that Peterbot and Bugha weren't actually able to run away with it and secure first place cleanly. The tie victory finish, I can't think that either of these two are going to complain about being first and second technically, given the fact that as far as series points are concerned, it's all relatively even.
Yeah, it is. It's all about those series points, right? So even though they might have come out on top today, they'll be happy with how they performed so far today. And another team that will be happy with that is, of course, Trashy and Pump, closing out the day with a victory, their second of the day. What I really like about the way they went about this is, of course, they played on low ground. Earlier on in the day, we saw them get another victory but that was on high ground. Just shows the resourcefulness and the adaptability of this duo. They've done so well at that today. And what I really like is this little bush play at the end. They were able to heal using the bush and, of course, that danger hero. These guys have used the reality augment so well today.
And Trashy as well, holding on to those double hammers just to ensure that another duo couldn't, or individual couldn't have possibly picked one up. And towards the end, when you are completely out of resources like we see Pump here in these final moments, it just all comes down to aim up against Chaos Gaming. And again, that's just the kind of trust, I think, that Trashy and Pump have in one another. And could probably say the same for a lot of these duos in the top 10.
Yeah, and Pump's one of those players that has been doing so well. Even the collegiate scene, I'm noticing just the come up of him, just the improvement, the constant development of Pump over the years, over the seasons, has been incredible. And now he's doing it on the big stage. Absolute perfection.
Yeah, for sure. And one last shout out, Chaos Gaming Live, Time 1X. Just put on a clinic. If you guys keep this up, you're going to be playing a spoiler to a lot of these duos. So keep up the great work. Now, that pretty much wraps up all the action. I know we had to say goodbye, but before we go, let's take a look at the broadcast schedule. Reminding guys when we are back with more action here from NA East. Take a look. Big note, Surge Week. Going to come back stronger than ever, of course. Victory Owls will be making the difference here. And then we bring it all home with the grand finals. 2 days of Fortnite action in NA East, and of course, EU as well. Now, as we are joined here, back in the center of the stage with our good friends, Jacob and, of course, Levin. Final thoughts before we say goodbye. How'd you feel about the day, man?
I'm flabbergasted. I've been bamboozled, run amok. I didn't think anybody would be able to catch Casker and Clarity G, I'll be honest. And so when I saw the leaderboard and I saw 2 elements difference, lost for words. Absolutely lost for words. But then again, it's Bugha and Peterbot, man. Like, how many times do we have to big up these guys and how good they are? Chef's kiss, beautiful duo.
I honestly think this is a scary sight because how consistent and how dangerous they actually are as a team. Back-to-back weeks throughout the qualifiers, every single team just got put on notice because if they don't slow this team down, Grand Final is going to be right around the corner, and they could do the same thing.
Absolutely. Now, of course, Chaos Gaming Live. We can't forget to mention him. What a performance. So today, all over. I mean, he's just done incredibly well as a solo player as well. Already put his name on the map, if you like, for this region. Just one of those players that kind of came out of nowhere almost. And what a performance. Of course, contested off spawn as well. Being able to get into that top 10, well contested at that drop is very impressive.
I hope the brother was live today.
I hope he was. He wasn't. Well, I checked, but he wasn't. But no. Stream the next one, please.
Check it out, too.
But that might have been part of the contributing factor. Either way, we can tell that all of these duos, especially some of these newly surfacing rookies, are definitely starting to hone in focus up because there aren't that many weeks left to go, and so securing those series points early on can definitely go a long way.
I think that's my takeaway, right? A lot of these duos really refining that skill set, right? Saying with only 1 week left, we want to lock it in, we want to make it to grand finals, and we want to run amok. But that's pretty much it. We love y'all. Keep yourselves safe, and as always, see you on that battle bus.
Beep, beep, beep.